Preface of True Stories from History and Biography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel HAWTHORNE. Preface. In writing this ponderous tome, the author's desire has been to describe the eminent characters and remarkable events of our annals in such a form and style that the young might make acquaintance with them of their own accord. For this purpose, while ostensibly relating the adventures of a chair, he has endeavored to keep a distinct and unbroken thread of authentic history. The chair is made to pass from one to another of those personages of whom he thought it most desirable for the young reader to have vivid and familiar ideas, and whose lives and actions would best enable him to give picturesque sketches of the times. On its sturdy oaken legs, it trudges diligently from one scene to another, and seems always to thrust itself in the way, with most benign complacency, whenever a historical personage happens to be looking round for a seat. There is certainly no method by which the shadowy outlines of departed men and women can be made to assume the hues of life more effectually than by connecting their images with the substantial and homely reality of a fireside chair. It causes us to feel at once that these characters of history had a private and familiar existence, and were not wholly contained within the cold array of outward action, which we are compelled to receive as the adequate representation of their lives. If this impression can be given, much is accomplished. Setting aside Grandfather and his auditors, and accepting the adventures of the chair, which form the machinery of the work, nothing in the ensuing pages can be termed fictitious. The author, it is true, has sometimes assumed the license of filling up the outline of history with details, for which he has none but imaginative authority, but which, he hopes, do not violate nor give a false coloring to the truth. He believes that, in this respect, his narrative will not be found to convey ideas and impressions of which the reader may hereafter find it necessary to purge his mind. The author's great doubt is whether he has succeeded in writing a book which will be readable by the class for whom he intends it. To make a lively and entertaining narrative for children, with such unmalleable material as is presented by the sombre, stern, and rigid characteristics of the Puritans and their descendants, is quite as difficult an attempt as to manufacture delicate playthings out of the granite rocks on which New England is founded. End of Preface. Part 1, Chapter 1 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reader's Note: the book begins after the preface with this heading: "The whole history of Grandfather's chair, complete in 3 parts." End of Reader's Note. Part 1, Chapter 1. Grandfather had been sitting in his old armchair all that pleasant afternoon, while the children were pursuing their various sports, far off or near at hand. Sometimes you would have said, "Grandfather is asleep," but still, even when his eyes were closed, his thoughts were with the young people, playing among the flowers and shrubbery of the garden. He heard the voice of Laurence, who had taken possession of a heap of decayed branches, which the gardener had lopped from the fruit trees, and was building a little hut for his cousin Clara and himself. He heard Clara's gladsome voice, too, as she weeded and watered the flower bed which had been given her for her own. He could have counted every footstep that Charley took as he trundled his wheelbarrow along the gravel walk; and though Grandfather was old and gray-haired, yet his heart leaped with joy whenever little Alice came fluttering like a butterfly into the room. She had made each of the children her playmate in turn, and now made Grandfather her playmate too, and thought him the merriest of them all. At last the children grew weary of their sports, because a summer afternoon is like a long lifetime to the young. So they came into the room together, and clustered around Grandfather's great chair. Little Alice, who was hardly 5 years old, took the privilege of the youngest, and climbed his knee. It was a pleasant thing to behold that fair and golden-haired child in the lap of the old man, and to think that, different as they were, the hearts of both could be gladdened with the same joys. "Grandfather," said little Alice, laying her head back upon his arm, "I am very tired now. You must tell me a story to make me go to sleep." "That is not what story-tellers like," answered Grandfather, smiling. "They are better satisfied when they can keep their auditors awake." "But here are Laurence and Charley and I," cried Cousin Clara, who was twice as old as little Alice. "We will all 3 keep wide awake. And pray, Grandfather, tell us a story about this strange-looking old chair." Now the chair in which Grandfather sat was made of oak, which had grown dark with age, but had been rubbed and polished till it shone as bright as mahogany. It was very large and heavy, and had a back that rose high above Grandfather's white head. This back was curiously carved in open work, so as to represent flowers and foliage and other devices, which the children had often gazed at, but could never understand what they meant. On the very tip-top of the chair, over the head of Grandfather himself, was a likeness of a lion's head, which had such a savage grin that you would almost expect to hear it growl and snarl. The children had seen Grandfather sitting in this chair ever since they could remember anything. Perhaps the younger of them supposed that he and the chair had come into the world together, and that both had always been as old as they were now. At this time, however, it happened to be the fashion for ladies to adorn their drawing rooms with the oldest and oddest chairs that could be found. It seemed to Cousin Clara that if these ladies could have seen Grandfather's old chair, they would have thought it worth all the rest together. She wondered if it were even older than Grandfather himself, and longed to know all about its history. "Do, Grandfather, talk to us about this chair," she repeated. "Well, child," said Grandfather, patting Clara's cheek, "I can tell you a great many stories of my chair. Perhaps your cousin Laurence would like to hear them too. They would teach him something about the history and distinguished people of his country, which he has never read in any of his school books." Cousin Laurence was a boy of 12, a bright scholar, in whom an early thoughtfulness and sensibility began to show themselves. His young fancy kindled at the idea of knowing all the adventures of this venerable chair. He looked eagerly in Grandfather's face, and even Charley, a bold, brisk, restless little fellow of 9, sat himself down on the carpet, and resolved to be quiet for at least 10 minutes, should the story last so long. Meantime, little Alice was already asleep. So Grandfather, being much pleased with such an attentive audience, began to talk about matters that had happened long ago. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But before relating the adventures of the chair, Grandfather found it necessary to speak of the circumstances that caused the first settlement of New England. For it will soon be perceived that the story of this remarkable chair cannot be told without telling a great deal of the history of the country. So Grandfather talked about the Puritans, as those persons were called who thought it sinful to practice the religious forms and ceremonies which the Church of England had borrowed from the Roman Catholics. These Puritans suffered so much persecution in England, that in 1607 many of them went over to Holland, and lived 10 or 12 years at Amsterdam and Leyden. But they feared that, if they continued there much longer, they should cease to be English, and should adopt all the manners and ideas and feelings of the Dutch. For this and other reasons, in the year 1620, they embarked on board of the ship Mayflower, and crossed the ocean to the shores of Cape Cod. There they made a settlement, and called it Plymouth, which, though now a part of Massachusetts, was for a long time a colony by itself, and thus was formed the first settlement of the Puritans in America. Meantime, those of the Puritans who remained in England continued to suffer grievous persecution on account of their religious opinions. They began to look around them for some spot where they might worship God, not as the king and bishops thought fit, but according to the dictates of their own consciences. When their brethren had gone from Holland to America, they bethought themselves that they likewise might find refuge from persecution there. Several gentlemen among them purchased a tract of country on the coast of Massachusetts Bay, and obtained a charter from King Charles, which authorized them to make laws for the settlers. In the year 1628, they sent over a few people, with John Endicott at their head, to commence a plantation at Salem. Peter Palfrey, Roger Conant, and one or two more had built houses there in 1626, and may be considered as the first settlers of that ancient town. Many other Puritans prepared to follow Endicott. "And now we come to the chair, my dear children," said Grandfather. "This chair is supposed to have been made of an oak tree which grew in the park of the English Earl of Lincoln, between 2 and 3 centuries ago. In its younger days, it used probably to stand in the hall of the Earl's castle. Do not you see the coat of arms of the family of Lincoln carved in the open work of the back? But when his daughter, the Lady Arbella, was married to a certain Mr. Johnson, the Earl gave her this valuable chair." "Who was Mr. Johnson?" inquired Clara. "He was a gentleman of great wealth, who agreed with the Puritans in their religious opinions," answered Grandfather. "And as his belief was the same as theirs, he resolved that he would live and die with them. Accordingly, in the month of April, 1630, he left his pleasant abode and all his comforts in England, and embarked with the Lady Arbella on board of a ship bound for America." As Grandfather was frequently impeded by the questions and observations of his young auditors, we deem it advisable to omit all such prattle as is not essential to the story. We have taken some pains to find out exactly what Grandfather said, and here offer to our readers, as nearly as possible, in his own words, the story of the Lady Arbella. The ship in which Mr. Johnson and his lady embarked, taking Grandfather's chair along with them, was called the Arbella, in honor of the lady herself. A fleet of 10 or 12 vessels, with many hundred passengers, left England about the same time; for a multitude of people who were discontented with the king's government, and oppressed by the bishops, were flocking over to the New World. One of the vessels in the fleet was that same Mayflower which had carried the Puritan pilgrims to Plymouth. And now, my children, I would have you fancy yourselves in the cabin of the good ship Arbella, because, if you could behold the passengers aboard that vessel, you would feel what a blessing and honor it was for New England to have such settlers. They were the best men and women of their day. Among the passengers was John Winthrop, who had sold the estate of his forefathers, and was going to prepare a new home for his wife and children in the wilderness. He had the king's charter in his keeping, and was appointed the first governor of Massachusetts. Imagine him a person of grave and benevolent aspect, dressed in a black velvet suit, with a broad ruff around his neck, and a peaked beard upon his chin. There was likewise a minister of the gospel, whom the English bishops had forbidden to preach, but who knew that he should have liberty both to preach and pray in the forests of America. He wore a black cloak, called a Geneva cloak, and had a black velvet cap, fitted close to his head, as was the fashion of almost all the Puritan clergymen. In their company came Sir Richard Saltonstall, who had been one of the 5 first projectors of the new colony. He soon returned to his native country, but his descendants still remain in New England, and the good old family name is as much respected in our days as it was in those of Sir Richard. Not only these, but several other men of wealth and pious ministers were in the cabin of the Arbella. One had banished himself forever from the old hall where his ancestors had lived for hundreds of years. Another had left his quiet parsonage in a country town of England. Others had come from the universities of Oxford or Cambridge, where they had gained great fame for their learning. And here they all were, tossing upon the uncertain and dangerous sea, and bound for a home that was more dangerous than even the sea itself. In the cabin likewise sat the Lady Arbella in her chair, with a gentle and sweet expression on her face, but looking too pale and feeble to endure the hardships of the wilderness. Every morning and evening the Lady Arbella gave up her great chair to one of the ministers, who took his place in it and read passages from the Bible to his companions. And thus, with prayers and pious conversation, and frequent singing of hymns, which the breezes caught from their lips and scattered far over the desolate waves, they prosecuted their voyage, and sailed into the harbor of Salem in the month of June. At that period there were but 6 or 8 dwellings in the town, and these were miserable hovels, with roofs of straw and wooden chimneys. The passengers in the fleet either built huts with bark and branches of trees, or erected tents of cloth, till they could provide themselves with better shelter. Many of them went to form a settlement at Charleston. It was thought fit that the Lady Arbella should tarry in Salem for a time. She was probably received as a guest into the family of John Endicott. He was the chief person in the plantation, and had the only comfortable house which the newcomers had beheld since they left England. So now, children, you must imagine Grandfather's chair in the midst of a new scene. Suppose it's a hot summer's day, and the latticed windows of a chamber in Mr. Endicott's house thrown wide open. The Lady Arbella, looking paler than she did on shipboard, is sitting in her chair and thinking mournfully of far-off England. She rises and goes to the window. There, amid patches of garden ground and cornfield, she sees the few wretched hovels of the settlers, with the still ruder wigwams and cloth tents of the passengers who had arrived in the same fleet with herself. Far and near stretches the dismal forest of pine trees, which throw their black shadows over the whole land, and likewise over the heart of this poor lady. All the inhabitants of the little village are busy. One is clearing a spot on the verge of the forest for his homestead. Another is hewing the trunk of a fallen pine tree in order to build himself a dwelling. A third is hoeing in his field of Indian corn. Here comes a huntsman out of the woods, dragging a bear which he has shot, and shouting to the neighbors to lend him a hand. There goes a man to the seashore with a spade and a bucket to dig a mess of clams, which were a principal food of the first settlers. Scattered here and there are 2 or 3 dusky figures clad in mantles of fur, with ornaments of bone hanging from their ears, and the feathers of wild birds in their coal black hair. They have belts of shell work slung over their shoulders, and are armed with bows and arrows and flint-headed spears. These are an Indian sagamore and his attendants, who have come to gaze at the labors of the white men. And now rises a cry that a pack of wolves have seized a young calf in the pasture, and every man snatches up his gun or pike and runs in chase of the marauding beasts. Poor Lady Arbella watches all these sights, and feels that this new world is fit only for rough and hardy people. None should be here but those who can struggle with wild beasts and wild men, and can toil in the heat or cold, and can keep their hearts firm against all difficulties and dangers. But she is not one of these. Her gentle and timid spirit sinks within her, and turning away from the window, she sits down in the great chair and wonders thereabouts in the wilderness her friends will dig her grave. Mr. Johnson had gone with Governor Winthrop and most of the other passengers to Boston, where he intended to build a house for Lady Arbella and himself. Boston was then covered with wild woods, and had fewer inhabitants even than Salem. During her husband's absence, poor Lady Arbella felt herself growing ill, and was hardly able to stir from the great chair. Whenever John Endicott noticed her despondency, he doubtless addressed her with words of comfort. "Cheer up, my good lady," he would say. "In a little time you will love this rude life of the wilderness as I do." But Endicott's heart was as bold and resolute as iron, and he could not understand why a woman's heart should not be of iron too. Still, however, he spoke kindly to the lady, and then hastened forth to till his cornfield and set out fruit trees, or to bargain with the Indians for furs, or perchance to oversee the building of a fort. Also, being a magistrate, he had often to punish some idler or evildoer, by ordering him to be set in the stocks, or scourged at the whipping post. Often, too, as was the custom of the times, he and Mr. Higginson, the minister of Salem, held long religious talks together. Thus John Endicott was a man of multifarious business, and had no time to look back regretfully to his native land. He felt himself fit for the new world and for the work that he had to do, and set himself resolutely to accomplish it. What a contrast, my dear children, between this bold, rough, active man, and the gentle Lady Arbella, who was fading away, like a pale English flower in the shadow of the forest. And now the great chair was often empty, because Lady Arbella grew too weak to arise from bed. Meantime, her husband had pitched upon a spot for their new home. He returned from Boston to Salem, traveling through the woods on foot, and leaning on his pilgrim staff. His heart yearned within him, for he was eager to tell his wife of the new home which he had chosen. But when he beheld her pale and hollow cheek, and found how her strength was wasted, he must have known that her appointed home was in a better land. Happy for him, then, happy for both him and her, if they remembered that there was a path to heaven, as well from this heathen wilderness as from the Christian land whence they had come. And so, in one short month from her arrival, the gentle Lady Arbella faded away and died. They dug a grave for her in the new soil, where the roots of the pine trees impeded their spades. And when her bones had rested there nearly 200 years, and a city had sprung up around them, a church of stone was built upon the spot. Charlie, almost at the commencement of the foregoing narrative, had galloped away with a prodigious clatter upon Grandfather's stick, and was not yet returned. So large a boy should have been ashamed to ride upon a stick, but Laurence and Clara had listened attentively, and were affected by this true story of the gentle lady who had come so far to die so soon. Grandfather had supposed that little Alice was asleep, but towards the close of the story, happening to look down upon her, he saw that her blue eyes were wide open, and fixed earnestly upon his face. The tears had gathered in them like dew upon a delicate flower. But when Grandfather ceased to speak, the sunshine of her smile broke forth again. "Oh, the lady must have been so glad to get to heaven!" exclaimed little Alice. "Grandfather, what became of Mr. Johnson?" asked Clara. "His heart appears to have been quite broken," answered Grandfather, "for he died at Boston within a month after the death of his wife. He was buried in the very same tract of ground which he had intended to build a dwelling for Lady Arbella and himself. Where their house would have stood, there was his grave." "I never heard anything so melancholy," said Clara. "The people loved and respected Mr. Johnson so much," continued Grandfather, "that it was the last request of many of them, when they died, that they might be buried as near as possible to this good man's grave. And so the field became the first burial ground in Boston. When you pass through Tremont Street, along by King's Chapel, you see a burial ground containing many old gravestones and monuments. That was Mr. Johnson's field." "How sad is the thought," observed Clara, "that one of the first things which the settlers had to do, when they came to the New World, was set apart a burial ground." "Perhaps," said Laurence, "if they had found no need of burial grounds here, they would have been glad, after a few years, to go back to England." Grandfather looked at Laurence. to discover whether he knew how profound and true a thing he had said. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Red Cross. Not long after Grandfather had told the story of his great chair, there chanced to be a rainy day. Our friend Charlie, after disturbing the household with beat of drum and riotous shouts, races up and down the staircase, overturning of chairs, and much other uproar, began to feel the quiet and confinement within doors intolerable. But as the rain came down in a flood, the little fellow was hopelessly a prisoner, and now stood with sullen aspect at a window, wondering whether the sun itself were not extinguished by so much moisture in the sky. Charlie had already exhausted the less eager activity of the other children, and they had betaken themselves to occupations that did not admit of his companionship. Laurence sat in a recess near the bookcase, reading, not for the first time, the Midsummer Night's Dream. Clara was making a rosary of beads for a little figure of a Sister of Charity, who was to attend the Bunker Hill Fair and lend her aid in erecting the monument. Little Alice sat on Grandfather's footstool with a picture book in her hand, and for every picture the child was telling Grandfather a story. She did not read from the book, for little Alice had not much skill in reading, but told the story out of her own heart and mind. Charlie was too big a boy, of course, to care anything about little Alice's stories, although Grandfather appeared to listen with a good deal of interest. Often, in a young child's ideas and fancies, there is something which it requires the thought of a lifetime to comprehend. But Charlie was of opinion that if a story must be told, it had better be told by Grandfather than little Alice. "Grandfather, I want to hear more about your chair," said he. Now Grandfather remembered that Charlie had galloped away upon a stick in the midst of the narrative of poor Lady Arbella, and I know not whether he would have thought it worth while to tell another story, merely to gratify such an inattentive auditor as Charlie. But Laurence laid down his book, and seconded the request. Clara drew her chair nearer to Grandfather, and little Alice immediately closed her picture book, and looked up into his face. Grandfather had not the heart to disappoint them. He mentioned several persons who had a share in the settlement of our country, and who would be well worthy of remembrance, if we could find room to tell about them all. Among the rest, Grandfather spoke of the famous Hugh Peters, a minister of the gospel, who did much good to the inhabitants of Salem. Mr. Peters afterwards went back to England, and was a chaplain to Oliver Cromwell. But Grandfather did not tell the children what became of this upright and zealous man at last. In fact, his auditors were growing impatient to hear more about the history of the chair. "After the death of Mr. Johnson," said he, "Grandfather's chair came into the possession of Roger Williams. He was a clergyman who arrived at Salem and settled there in 1631. Doubtless the good man has spent many a studious hour in this old chair, either penning a sermon, or reading some abstruse book of theology, till midnight came upon him unawares. At that period, as there were few lamps or candles to be had, people used to read or work by the light of pitch-pine torches. These supplied the place of the midnight oil to the learned men of New England." Grandfather went on to talk about Roger Williams, and told the children several particulars which we have not room to repeat. One incident, however, was connected with his life, must be related, because it will give the reader an idea of the opinions and feelings of the first settlers of New England. It was as follows: The Red Cross. While Roger Williams sat in Grandfather's chair, at his humble residence in Salem, John Endicott would often come to visit him. As the clergy had great influence in temporal concerns, the minister and magistrate would talk over the occurrences of the day, and consult how the people might be governed according to scriptural laws. One thing especially troubled them both. In the old national banner of England, under which her soldiers fought for hundreds of years, there is a red cross, which has been there ever since the days when England was in subjection to the Pope. The cross, though a holy symbol, was abhorred by the Puritans, because they considered it a relic of popish idolatry. Now, whenever the train band of Salem was mustered, the soldiers, with Endicott at their head, had no other flag to march under than this same old papistical banner of England, with the red cross in the midst of it. The banner of the Red Cross, likewise, was flying on the walls of the fort of Salem, and a similar one was displayed in Boston harbor from the fortress on Castle Island. "I profess, brother Williams," Captain Endicott would say, after they had been talking of this matter, "it distresses a Christian man's heart to see this idolatrous cross flying over our heads. A stranger beholding it would think that we had undergone all our hardships and dangers by sea and in the wilderness, only to get new dominions for the Pope of Rome." "True, good Mr. Endicott," Roger Williams would answer. "You speak as an honest man and Protestant Christian should. For mine own part, were it my business to draw a sword, I should reckon it sinful to fight under such a banner. Neither can I, in my pulpit, ask the blessing of heaven upon it." Such, probably, was the way in which Roger Williams and John Endicott used to talk about the banner of the Red Cross. Endicott, who was a prompt and resolute man, soon determined that Massachusetts, if she could not have a banner of her own, should at least be delivered from that of the Pope of Rome. Not long afterwards, there was a military muster at Salem. Every able-bodied man in the town and neighborhood was there. All were well armed, with steel caps upon their heads, plates of iron upon their breasts and their backs, and gorgets of steel around their necks. When the sun shone upon these ranks of iron-clad men, they flashed and blazed with a splendor that bedazzled the wild Indians, who had come out of the woods to gaze at them. The soldiers had long pikes, swords, and muskets, which were fired with matches, and were almost as heavy as a small cannon. These men had mostly a stern and rigid aspect. To judge by their looks, you might have supposed that there was as much iron in their hearts as there was upon their heads and breasts. They were all devoted Puritans, and of the same temper as those with whom Oliver Cromwell afterwards overthrew the throne of England. They hated all the relics of Popish superstition as much as Endicott himself, and yet over their heads was displayed the banner of the Red Cross. Endicott was the captain of the company. While the soldiers were expecting his orders to begin their exercise, they saw him take the banner in one hand, holding his drawn sword in the other. Probably he addressed them in a speech, and explained how horrible a thing it was that men who had fled from Popish idolatry into the wilderness should be compelled to fight under its symbols here. Perhaps he concluded his address somewhat in the following style: "And now, fellow soldiers, you see this old banner of England. Some of you, I doubt not, may think it treason for a man to lay violent hands upon it. But whether or no it be treason to man, I have good assurance in my conscience that it is no treason to God. Therefore I have resolved that we will rather be God's soldiers than soldiers of the Pope of Rome. And in that mind I now cut the papal cross out of this banner." And so he did. And thus, in a province belonging to the crown of England, a captain was found bold enough to deface the king's banner with his sword. When Winthrop and the other wise men of Massachusetts heard of it, they were disquieted, being afraid that Endicott's act would bring great trouble upon himself and them. An account of the matter was carried to King Charles, but he was then so much engrossed by dissensions with his people, that he had no leisure to punish the offender. In other times it might have cost Endicott his life, and Massachusetts her charter." "I should like to know, Grandfather," said Laurence, when the story was ended, "whether when Endicott cut the cross out of the banner, he meant to imply that Massachusetts was independent of England." "A sense of the independence of his adopted country must have been in that bold man's heart," answered Grandfather; "but I doubt whether he had given the matter much consideration, except in its religious bearing. However, it was a very remarkable affair, and a very strong expression of Puritan character." Grandfather proceeded to speak further of Roger Williams, and of other persons who sat in the great chair, as will be seen in the following chapter. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Roger Williams," said Grandfather, "did not keep possession of the chair a great while. His opinions of civil and religious matters differed in many respects from those of the rulers and clergymen of Massachusetts. Now the wise men of those days believed that the country could not be safe unless all the inhabitants thought and felt alike." "Does anybody believe so in our days, Grandfather?" asked Laurence. "Possibly there are some who believe it," said Grandfather; "but they have not so much power to act upon their belief as the magistrates and ministers had in the days of Roger Williams. They had the power to deprive this good man of his home, and to send him out from the midst of them, in search of a new place of rest. He was banished in 1634, and went first to Plymouth Colony. But, as the people there held the same opinions as those of Massachusetts, he was not suffered to remain among them. However, the wilderness was wide enough. So Roger Williams took his staff, and travelled into the forest, and made treaties with the Indians, and began a plantation which he called Providence." "I have been to Providence on the railroad," said Charley. "It is but a 2 hours' ride." "Yes, Charley," replied Grandfather; "but when Roger Williams travelled thither, over hills and valleys, and through the tangled woods, and across swamps and streams, it was a journey of several days. Well, his little plantation is now grown to be a populous city, and the inhabitants have a great veneration for Roger Williams. His name is familiar in the mouths of all, because they see it on their bank bills. How it would have perplexed this good clergyman, if he had been told that he should give his name to the Roger Williams Bank!" "When he was driven from Massachusetts," said Laurence, "and began his journey into the woods, he must have felt as if he were burying himself forever from the sight and knowledge of men. Yet the whole country has now heard of him, and will remember him forever." "Yes," answered Grandfather, "it often happens that the outcasts of one generation are those who are reverenced as the wisest and best of men by the next. The securest fame is that which comes after a man's death. But let us return to our story. When Roger Williams was banished, he appears to have given the chair to Mrs. Anne Hutchinson. At all events, it was in her possession in 1637. She was a very sharp-witted and well-instructed lady, and was so conscious of her own wisdom and abilities, that she thought it a pity that the world should not have the benefit of them. She therefore used to hold lectures in Boston, once or twice a week, at which most of the women attended. Mrs. Hutchinson presided at these meetings, sitting with great state and dignity in Grandfather's chair. "Grandfather, was it positively this very chair?" demanded Clara, laying her hand upon its carved elbow. "Why not, my dear Clara?" said Grandfather. Well, Mrs. Hutchinson's lectures soon caused a great disturbance, for the ministers of Boston did not think it safe and proper that a woman should publicly instruct the people in religious doctrines. Moreover, she made the matter worse by declaring that the Reverend Mr. Cotton was the only sincerely pious and holy clergyman in New England. Now the clergy of those days had quite as much share in the government of the country, though indirectly, as the magistrates themselves. So you may imagine what a host of powerful enemies were raised up against Mrs. Hutchinson. A synod was convened; that is to say, an assemblage of all the ministers in Massachusetts. They declared that there were 82 erroneous opinions on religious subjects diffused among the people, and that Mrs. Hutchinson's opinions were of the number. "If they had 82 wrong opinions," observed Charley, "I don't see how they could have any right ones." "Mrs. Hutchinson had many zealous friends and converts," continued Grandfather. "She was favored by young Henry Vane, who had come over from England a year or two before, and had since been chosen governor of the colony at the age of 24. But Winthrop, and most of the other leading men, as well as the ministers, felt an abhorrence of her doctrines. Thus two opposite parties were formed, and so fierce were the dissensions, that it was feared the consequence would be civil war and bloodshed. But Winthrop and the ministers being the most powerful, they disarmed and imprisoned Mrs. Hutchinson's adherents. She, like Roger Williams, was banished." "Dear Grandfather, did they drive the poor woman into the woods?" exclaimed little Alice, who contrived to feel a human interest even in these discords of polemic. divinity." "They did, my darling," replied Grandfather, "and the end of her life was so sad, you must not hear it. At her departure, it appears from the best authorities, that she gave the great chair to her friend Henry Vane. He was a young man of wonderful talents and great learning, who had imbibed the religious opinions of the Puritans, and left England with the intention of spending his life in Massachusetts. The people chose him governor, but the controversy about Mrs. Hutchinson, and other trouble, caused him to leave the country in 1637. You may read the subsequent events of his life in the History of England." "Yes, Grandfather," cried Laurence, "and we may read them better in Mr. Upham's Biography of Vane; and what a beautiful death he died long afterwards, beautiful though it was on a scaffold." "Many of the most beautiful deaths have been there," said Grandfather. "The enemies of a great and good man can in no other way make him so glorious as by giving him the crown of martyrdom." In order that the children might fully understand the all important history of the chair, Grandfather now thought fit to speak of the progress that was made in settling several colonies. The settlement of Plymouth in 1620 has already been mentioned. In 1635, Mr. Hooker and Mr. Stone, two ministers, went on foot from Massachusetts to Connecticut, through the pathless woods, taking their whole congregation along with them. They founded the town of Hartford. In 1638, Mr. Davenport, a very celebrated minister, went with other people, and began a plantation in New Haven. In the same year, some persons who had been persecuted in Massachusetts went to the Isle of Rhodes, since called Rhode Island, and settled there. About this time, also, many settlers had gone to Maine, and were living without any regular government. There were likewise settlers near Piscataqua River, in the region which is now called New Hampshire. Thus, at various points along the coast of New England, there were communities of Englishmen. Though these communities were independent of one another, they had a common dependence upon England; and at so vast a distance from their native home, the inhabitants must all have felt like brethren. They were fitted to become one united people at a future period. Perhaps their feelings of brotherhood were the stronger because different nations had formed settlements to the north and to the south. In Canada and Nova Scotia were colonies of French. On the banks of the Hudson River was a colony of Dutch, who had taken possession of that region many years before, and called it New Netherlands. Grandfather, for aught I know, might have gone on to speak of Maryland and Virginia, for the good old gentleman really seemed to suppose that the whole surface of the United States was not too broad a foundation to place the four legs of his chair upon; but happening to glance at Charley, he perceived that this naughty boy was growing impatient, and meditating another ride upon a stick. So here, for the present, Grandfather suspended the history of his chair. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The children had now learned to look upon the chair with an interest which was almost the same as if it were a conscious being, and could remember the many famous people whom it had held within its arms. Even Charley, lawless as he was, seemed to feel that this venerable chair must not be clambered upon nor overturned, although he had no scruple in taking such liberties with every other chair in the house. Clara treated it with still greater reverence, often taking occasion to smooth its cushions, and to brush the dust from the carved flowers and grotesque figures of its oaken back and arms. Laurence would sometimes sit a whole hour, especially at twilight, gazing at the chair, and by the spell of his imaginations summoning up its ancient occupants to appear in it again. Little Alice evidently employed herself in a similar way, for once, when Grandfather had gone abroad, the child was heard talking with the gentle Lady Arbella, as if she were still sitting in the chair. So sweet a child as little Alice may fitly talk with angels, such as the Lady Arbella had long since become. Grandfather was soon importuned for more stories about the chair. He had no difficulty in relating them, for it really seemed as if every person noted in our early history had, on some occasion or other, found repose within its comfortable arms. If Grandfather took pride in anything, it was in being the possessor of such an honorable and historic elbow chair. "I know not precisely who next got possession of the chair after Governor Vane went back to England," said Grandfather, "but there is reason to believe that President Dunster sat in it, when he held the first commencement at Harvard College. You have often heard, children, how careful our forefathers were to give their young people a good education. They had scarcely cut down trees enough to make room for their own dwellings, before they began to think of establishing a college. Their principal object was to rear up pious and learned ministers, and hence old writers called Harvard College a school of the prophets." "Is the college a school of the prophets now?" asked Charley. "It is a long while since I took my degree, Charley. You must ask some of the recent graduates," answered Grandfather. "As I was telling you, President Dunster sat in Grandfather's chair in 1642, when he conferred the degree of Bachelor of Arts on 9 young men. They were the first in America who received that honor. And now, my dear auditors, I must confess that there are contradictory statements and some uncertainty about the adventures of the chair, for a period of almost 10 years. Some say that it was occupied by your own ancestor, William Hawthorne, first Speaker of the House of Representatives. I have nearly satisfied myself, however, that during most of this questionable period, it was literally the chair of state. It gives me much pleasure to imagine that several successive governors of Massachusetts sat in it at the council board." "But, Grandfather," interposed Charley, who was a matter-of-fact little person, "what reason have you to imagine so?" "Pray do imagine it, Grandfather," said Laurence. "With Charley's permission, I will," replied Grandfather, smiling. "Let us consider it settled, therefore, that Winthrop, Billingham, Dudley, and Endicott, each of them, when chosen governor, took his seat in our great chair on election day. In this chair, likewise, did those excellent governors preside, while holding consultations with the chief counsellors of the province, who were styled assistants. The governor sat in this chair, too, whenever messages were brought to him from the Chamber of Representatives." And here Grandfather took occasion to talk, rather tediously, about the nature and forms of government that established themselves almost spontaneously in Massachusetts and the other New England colonies. Democracies were the natural growth of the New World. As to Massachusetts, it was at first intended that the colony should be governed by a council in London; but in a little while the people had the power in their own hands, and chose annually the governor, the councillors, and the representatives. The people of Old England had never enjoyed anything like the liberties and privileges which the settlers of New England now possessed; and they did not adopt these modes of government after long study, but in simplicity, as if there were no other way for people to be ruled." "But, Laurence," continued Grandfather, "when you want instruction on these points, you must seek it in Mr. Bancroft's history. I am merely telling you the history of a chair. To proceed. The period during which the governors sat in our chair was not very full of striking incidents. The province was now established on a secure foundation, but it did not increase so rapidly as at first, because the Puritans were no longer driven from England by persecution. However, there was still a quiet and natural growth. The legislature incorporated towns, and made new purchases of lands from the Indians. A very memorable event took place in 1643. The colonies of Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven formed a union for the purpose of assisting each other in difficulties, and for mutual defence against their enemies. They called themselves the United Colonies of New England." "Were they under a government like that of the United States?" inquired Laurence. "No," replied Grandfather. "The different colonies did not compose one nation together. It was merely a confederacy among the governments. It somewhat resembled the League of the Amphictyons, which you remember in Grecian history. But to return to our chair. In 1644 it was highly honored, for Governor Endicott sat in it, when he gave audience to an ambassador from the French governor of Acadie, or Nova Scotia. A treaty of peace between Massachusetts and the French colony was then signed." "Did England allow Massachusetts to make war and peace with foreign countries?" asked Laurence. "Massachusetts and the whole of New England was then almost independent of the mother country," said Grandfather. There was now a civil war in England, and the king, as you may well suppose, had his hands full at home, and could pay but little attention to these remote colonies. When the Parliament got the power into their hands, they likewise had enough to do in keeping down the Cavaliers. Thus New England, like a young and hardy lad, whose father and mother neglect it, was left to take care of itself. In 1649, King Charles was beheaded. Oliver Cromwell then became Protector of England, and as he was a Puritan himself, and had risen by the valor of the English Puritans, he showed himself a loving and indulgent father to the Puritan colonies in America. Grandfather might have continued to talk in this dull manner, nobody knows how long, but suspecting that Charley would find the subject rather dry, he looked sideways at the vivacious little fellow, and saw him give an involuntary yawn. Whereupon Grandfather proceeded with the history of the chair, and related a very entertaining incident, which will be found in the next chapter. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pine Tree Shillings. "According to the most authentic records, my dear children," said Grandfather, "the chair about this time had the misfortune to break its leg. It was probably on account of this accident that it ceased to be the seat of the governors of Massachusetts; for assuredly it would have been ominous of evil to the Commonwealth, if the chair of state had tottered upon 3 legs. Being therefore sold at auction, alas! what a vicissitude for a chair that had figured in such high company! Our venerable friend was knocked down to a certain Captain John Hull. This old gentleman, on carefully examining the maimed chair, discovered that its broken leg might be clamped with iron, and made as serviceable as ever." "Here is the very leg that was broken!" exclaimed Charley, throwing himself down on the floor to look at it. "And here are the iron clamps. How well it was mended!" When they had all sufficiently examined the broken leg, Grandfather told them a story about Captain Hull and the Pine Tree Shillings. The Captain John Hull aforesaid was the mint master of Massachusetts, and coined all the money that was made there. This was a new line of business; for, in the earlier days of the colony, the current coinage consisted of gold and silver money of England, Portugal, and Spain. These coins being scarce, the people were often forced to barter their commodities instead of selling them. For instance, if a man wanted to buy a coat, he perhaps exchanged a bearskin for it. If he wished for a barrel of molasses, he might purchase it with a pile of pine boards. Musket bullets were used instead of farthings. The Indians had a sort of money called wampum, which was made of clam shells; and this strange sort of specie was likewise taken in payment of debts by the English settlers. Bank bills had never been heard of. There was not money enough of any kind, in many parts of the country, to pay the salaries of ministers, so that they sometimes had to take quintals of fish, bushels of corn, or cords of wood, instead of silver or gold. As people grew more numerous, and their trade one with another increased, the want of current money was still more sensibly felt. To supply the demand, the General Court passed a law for establishing a coinage of shillings, sixpences, and threepences. Captain John Hull was appointed to manufacture this money, and was to have about 1 shilling out of every 20 to pay him for the trouble of making them. Hereupon, all the old silver in the colony was handed over to Captain John Hull. The battered silver cans and tankards, I suppose, and silver buckles and broken spoons, and silver buttons of worn-out coats, and silver hilts of swords that had figured at court, all such curious old articles were doubtless thrown into the melting pot together. But by far the greater part of the silver consisted of bullion from the mines of South America, which the English buccaneers, who were little better than pirates, had taken from the Spaniards, and brought to Massachusetts. All this old and new silver being melted down and coined, the result was an immense amount of splendid shillings, sixpences, and threepences. Each had the date 1652 on the one side, and the figure of a pine tree on the other. Hence they were called pine tree shillings. And for every 20 shillings that he coined, you will remember, Captain John Hull was entitled to put 1 shilling into his own pocket. The magistrates soon began to suspect that the mint master would have the best of the bargain. They offered him a large sum of money, if he would give up the 20th shilling, which he was continually dropping into his own pocket. But Captain Hull declared himself perfectly satisfied with the shilling; and well he might be, for so diligently did he labor, that in a few years his pockets, his money bags, and his strong box were overflowing with pine tree shillings. This was probably the case when he came into possession of Grandfather's chair; and as he worked so hard at the mint, it was certainly proper that he should have a comfortable chair to rest himself in. When the mint master had grown very rich, a young man, Samuel Sewell by name, came a courting to his only daughter. His daughter, whose name I do not know, but we will call her Betsey, was a fine hearty damsel, by no means so slender as some young ladies of our own days. On the contrary, having always fed heartily on pumpkin pies, doughnuts, Indian puddings, and other Puritan dainties, she was as round and plump as a pudding herself. With this round, rosy Miss Betsey did Samuel Sewell fall in love. As he was a man of good character, industrious in his business, and a member of the church, the mint master very readily gave his consent. "Yes, you may take her," said he, in his rough way, "and you'll find her a heavy burden enough." On the wedding day, we may suppose that honest John Hull dressed himself in a plum-colored coat, all the buttons of which were made of pine tree shillings. The buttons of his waistcoat were sixpences, and the knees of his small clothes were buttoned with silver threepences. Thus attired, he sat with great dignity in Grandfather's chair, and being a portly old gentleman, he completely filled it from elbow to elbow. On the opposite side of the room, between her bridesmaids, sat Miss Betsey. She was blushing with all her might, and looked like a full-blown peony, or a great red apple. There, too, was the bridegroom, dressed in a fine purple coat, and gold lace waistcoat, with as much other finery as the Puritan laws and customs would allow him to put on. His hair was cropped close to his head, because Governor Endicott had forbidden any man to wear it below the ears. But he was a very personable young man, and so thought the bridesmaids and Miss Betsey herself. The mint master also was pleased with his new son-in-law, especially as he had courted Miss Betsey out of pure love, and had said nothing at all about her portion. So, when the marriage ceremony was over, Captain Hull whispered a word to two of his men-servants, who immediately went out, and soon returned, lugging in a large pair of scales. They were such a pair as wholesale merchants use for weighing bulky commodities, and quite a bulky commodity was now to be weighed in them. "Daughter Betsey," said the mint master, "get into one side of these scales." Miss Betsey, or Mrs. Sewell, as we must now call her, did as she was bid, like a dutiful child, without any question of the why and wherefore. But what her father could mean, unless to make her husband pay for her by the pound, in which case she would have been a dear bargain, she had not the least idea. "And now," said honest John Hull to the servants, "bring that box hither." The box, to which the mint master pointed, was a huge, square, iron-bound oaken chest. It was big enough, my children, for all four of you to play at hide-and-seek in. The servants tugged with might and main, but could not lift this enormous receptacle, and were finally obliged to drag it across the floor. Captain Hull then took a key from his girdle, unlocked the chest, and lifted its ponderous lid. Behold! It was full to the brim of bright pine-tree shillings, fresh from the mint; and Samuel Sewell began to think that his father-in-law had got possession of all the money in the Massachusetts treasury. But it was only the mint master's honest share of the coinage. Then the servants, at Captain Hull's command, heaped double handfuls of shillings into one side of the scales, while Betsey remained in the other. Jingle, jingle, went the shillings, as handful after handful was thrown in, till, plump and ponderous as she was, they fairly weighed the young lady from the floor. "There, son Sewell," cried the honest mint master, resuming his seat in Grandfather's chair, "take these shillings for my daughter's portion. Use her kindly, and thank Heaven for her. It is not every wife that's worth her weight in silver." The children laughed heartily at this legend, and would hardly be convinced but that Grandfather had made it out of his own head. He assured them faithfully, however, that he had found it in the pages of a grave historian, and had merely tried to tell it in a somewhat funnier style. As for Samuel Sewell, he afterwards became Chief Justice of Massachusetts. "Well, Grandfather," remarked Clara, If wedding portions nowadays were paid as Miss Betsy's was, young ladies would not pride themselves upon an airy figure as many of them do. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When his little audience next assembled round the chair, Grandfather gave them a doleful history of the Quaker persecution, which began in 1656 and raged for about 3 years in Massachusetts. He told them how, in the first place, 12 of the converts of George Fox, the first Quaker in the world, had come over from England. They seemed to be impelled by an earnest love for the souls of men, and a pure desire to make known what they considered a revelation from heaven. But the rulers looked upon them as plotting the downfall of all government and religion. They were banished from the colony. In a little while, however, not only the first 12 had returned, but a multitude of other Quakers had come to rebuke the rulers, and to preach against the priests and steeple houses. Grandfather described the hatred and scorn with which these enthusiasts were received. They were thrown into dungeons. They were beaten with many stripes, women as well as men. They were driven forth into the wilderness, and left to the tender mercies of wild beasts and Indians. The children were amazed to hear that the more the Quakers were scourged and imprisoned and banished, the more did the sect increase, both by the influx of strangers and by converts from among the Puritans. But Grandfather told them that God had put something into the soul of man which always turned the cruelties of the persecutor to naught. He went on to relate that in 1659 2 Quakers, named William Robinson and Marmaduke Stevenson, were hanged at Boston. A woman had been sentenced to die with them, but was reprieved on condition of her leaving the colony. Her name was Mary Dyer. In the year 1660 she returned to Boston, although she knew death awaited her there. And if Grandfather had been correctly informed, an incident had then taken place which connects her with our story. This Mary Dyer had entered the mint master's dwelling, clothed in sackcloth and ashes, and seated herself in our great chair with a sort of dignity and state. Then she proceeded to deliver what she called a message from heaven. But in the midst of it they dragged her to prison." "And she was executed?" asked Laurence. "She was," said Grandfather. "Grandfather," cried Charley, clenching his fist, "I would have fought for that poor Quaker woman." "Ah, but if a sword had been drawn for her," said Laurence, "it would have taken away all the beauty of her death." It seemed as if hardly any of the preceding stories had thrown such an interest around Grandfather's chair as did the fact that the poor persecuted wandering Quaker woman had rested in it for a moment. The children were so much excited that Grandfather found it necessary to bring his account of the persecution to a close. In 1660, the same year in which Mary Dyer was executed, said he, Charles II was restored to the throne of his fathers. This king had many vices, but he would not permit blood to be shed under pretence of religion in any part of his dominions. The Quakers in England told him what had been done to their brethren in Massachusetts, and he sent orders to Governor Endicott to forbear all such proceedings in future, and so ended the Quaker persecution. One of the most mournful passages in the history of our forefathers. Grandfather then told his auditors that shortly after the above incident, the great chair had been given by the mint master to the Reverend Mr. John Eliot. He was the first minister of Roxbury. But besides attending to his pastoral duties there, he learned the language of the red men, and often went into the woods to preach to them. So earnestly did he labor for their conversion, that he has always been called the Apostle to the Indians. The mention of this holy man suggested to Grandfather the propriety of giving a brief sketch of the history of the Indians, so far as they were connected with the English colonists. A short period before the arrival of the first Pilgrims at Plymouth, there had been a very grievous plague among the red men, and the sages and ministers of that day were inclined to the opinion that Providence had sent this mortality in order to make room for the settlement of the English. But I know not why we should suppose that an Indian's life is less precious in the eye of heaven than that of a white man. Be that as it may, death had certainly been very busy with the savage tribes. In many places the English found the wigwams deserted, and the cornfields grown to waste, with none to harvest the grain. There were heaps of earth also, which being dug open proved to be Indian graves, containing bows and flint-headed spears and arrows, for the Indians buried the dead warrior's weapons along with him. In some spots there were skulls and other human bones lying unburied. In 1633, and the year afterwards, the smallpox broke out among the Massachusetts Indians, multitudes of whom died by this terrible disease of the Old World. These misfortunes made them far less powerful than they had formerly been. For nearly half a century after the arrival of the English, the red men showed themselves generally inclined to peace and amity. They often made submission when they might have made successful war. The Plymouth settlers, led by the famous Captain Miles Standish, slew some of them in 1623, without any very evident necessity for so doing. In 1636 and the following year, there was the most dreadful war that had yet occurred between the Indians and the English. The Connecticut settlers, assisted by a celebrated Indian chief named Uncas, bore the brunt of this war, with but little aid from Massachusetts. many hundreds of hostile Indians were slain, or burnt in their wigwams. Saussacus, their sachem, fled to another tribe after his own people were defeated. But he was murdered by them, and his head was sent to his English enemies. From that period down to the time of King Philip's War, which will be mentioned hereafter, there was not much trouble with the Indians, but the colonists were always on their guard, and kept their weapons ready for the conflict. "I have sometimes doubted," said Grandfather, when he had told these things to the children, "I have sometimes doubted whether there was more than a single man among our forefathers who realized that an Indian possesses a mind and a heart and an immortal soul. That single man was John Eliot. All the rest of the early settlers seemed to think that the Indians were an inferior race of beings, whom the Creator had merely allowed to keep possession of this beautiful country till the white men should be in want of it." "Did the pious men of those days never try to make Christians of them?" asked Laurence. "Sometimes, it is true," answered Grandfather, "the magistrates and ministers would talk about civilizing and converting the red people; but at the bottom of their hearts they would have had almost as much expectation of civilizing a wild bear of the woods, and making him fit for paradise. They felt no faith in the success of any such attempts, because they had no love for the poor Indians. Now Eliot was full of love for them, and therefore so full of faith and hope, that he spent the labor of a lifetime in their behalf." "I would have conquered them first, and then converted them," said Charley. "Ah, Charley, there spoke the very spirit of our forefathers," replied Grandfather. "But Mr. Eliot had a better spirit. He looked upon them as his brethren. He persuaded as many of them as he could to leave off their idle and wandering habits, and to build houses and cultivate the earth as the English did. He established schools among them, and taught many of the Indians how to read. He taught them likewise how to pray. Hence they were called praying Indians. Finally, having spent the best years of his life for their good, Mr. Eliot resolved to spend the remainder in doing them a yet greater benefit." "I know what that was," cried Laurence. "He sat down in his study," continued Grandfather, "and began a translation of the Bible into the Indian tongue. It was while he was engaged in this pious work that the mint master gave him our great chair. His toil needed it, and deserved it." "Oh, Grandfather, tell us all about that Indian Bible!" exclaimed Laurence. "I have seen it in the library of the Athenaeum, and the tears came into my eyes to think that there were no Indians left to read it." End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Indian Bible. As Grandfather was a great admirer of the Apostle Eliot, He was glad to comply with the earnest request which Laurence had made at the close of the last chapter. So he proceeded to describe how good Mr. Eliot labored while he was at work upon the Indian Bible. My dear children, what a task would you think it, even with a long lifetime before you, were you bidden to copy every chapter and verse and word in yonder great family Bible? Would not this be a heavy toil? But if the task were not to write off the English Bible, but to learn a language utterly unlike all other tongues, a language which hitherto had never been learned except by the Indians themselves from their mothers' lips, a language never written, and the strange words of which seemed inexpressible by letters. If the task were first to learn this new variety of speech, and then to translate the Bible into it, and to do it so carefully that no one idea throughout the Holy Book should be changed, what would induce you to undertake this toil? Yet this was what the Apostle Eliot did. It was a mighty work for a man now growing old to take upon himself. And what earthly reward could he expect from it? None. No reward on earth. But he believed that the red men were the descendants of those lost tribes of Israel, of whom history has been able to tell us nothing for thousands of years. He hoped that God had sent the English across the oceans, Gentiles as they were, to enlighten this benighted portion of his once chosen race. And when he should be summoned hence, he trusted to meet blessed spirits in another world, whose bliss would have been earned by his patient toil in translating the Word of God. This hope and trust were far dearer to him than anything that earth could offer. Sometimes, while thus at work, he was visited by learned men, who desired to know what literary undertaking Mr. Eliot had in hand. They, like himself, had been bred in the studious cloisters of a university, and were supposed to possess all the erudition which mankind has hoarded up from age to age. Greek and Latin were as familiar to them as the babble of their childhood. Hebrew was like their mother tongue. They had grown gray in study. Their eyes were bleared with poring over print and manuscript by the light of the midnight lamp. And yet how much had they left unlearned? Mr. Eliot would put into their hands some of the pages which he had been writing, and behold, the gray-headed men stammered over the long, strange words, like a little child in his first attempts to read. Then would the apostle call to him an Indian boy, one of his scholars, and show him the manuscript which had so puzzled the learned Englishman. "Read this, my child," said he. "These are some brethren of mine, who would fain hear the sound of thy native tongue." Then would the Indian boy cast his eyes over the mysterious page, and read it so skilfully that it sounded like wild music. It seemed as if the forest leaves were singing in the ears of his auditors, and as if the roar of distant streams were poured through the young Indian's voice. Such were the sounds amid which the language of the red man had been formed, and they were still heard to echo in it. The lesson being over, Mr. Eliot would give the Indian boy an apple or a cake, and bid him leap forth into the open air, which his free nature loved. The apostle was kind to children, and even shared in their sports sometimes. When his visitors had bidden him farewell, the good man turned patiently to his toil again. No other Englishman had ever understood the Indian character so well, nor possessed so great an influence over the New England tribes as the apostle did. His advice and assistance must often have been valuable to his countrymen in their transactions with the Indians. Occasionally, perhaps, the governor and some of the councilors came to visit Mr. Eliot. Perchance they were seeking some method to circumvent the forest people. They inquired, it may be, how they could obtain possession of such and such a tract of their rich land, or they talked of making the Indians their servants, as if God had destined them for perpetual bondage to the more powerful white man. Perhaps, too, some warlike captain, dressed in buff coat, with a corslet beneath it, accompanied the governor and councilors. Laying his hand upon his sword hilt, he would declare that the only method of dealing with the red men was to meet them with the sword drawn and the musket presented. But the apostle resisted both the craft of the politician and the fierceness of the warrior. "Treat these sons of the forest as men and brethren," he would say, "and let us endeavor to make them Christians. Their forefathers were that chosen race which God delivered from Egyptian bondage. Perchance he has destined us to deliver the children from the more cruel bondage of ignorance and idolatry. Chiefly for this end, it may be, we were directed across the ocean." When these other visitors were gone, Mr. Eliot bent himself again over the half-written page. He dared hardly relax a moment from his toil. He felt that, in the book which he was translating, there was a deep human as well as heavenly wisdom, which would of itself suffice to civilize and refine the savage tribes. Let the Bible be diffused among them, and all earthly good would follow. But how slight a consideration was this, when he reflected that the eternal welfare of a whole race of men depended upon his accomplishment of the task which he had set himself! What if his hand should be palsied? What if his mind should lose its vigor? What if death should come upon ere the work were done? Then must the red man wander in the dark wilderness of heathenism forever? Impelled by such thoughts as these, he sat writing in the great chair, when the pleasant summer breeze came in through his open casement, and also when the fire of forest logs sent up its blazes and smoke through the broad stone chimney into the wintry air. Before the earliest bird sang in the morning, the apostle's lamp was kindled, and at midnight his weary head was not yet upon its pillow. And at length, leaning back in the great chair, he could say to himself with a holy triumph, "The work is finished." It was finished. Here was a Bible for the Indians. Those long-lost descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel would now learn the history of their forefathers. That grace which the ancient Israelites had forfeited was offered anew to their children. There was no impiety in believing that, when his long life was over, the apostle of the Indians was welcomed to the celestial abodes by the prophets of ancient days, and by those earliest apostles and evangelists who had drawn their inspiration from the immediate presence of the Saviour. They first had preached truth and salvation to the world, and Eliot, separated from them by many centuries, yet full of the same spirit, had borne the like message to the new world of the West. Since the first days of Christianity, there has been no man more worthy to be numbered in the brotherhood of the apostles than Eliot. "My heart is not satisfied to think," observed Laurence, "that Mr. Eliot's labors have done no good, except to a few Indians of his own time. Doubtless he would not have regretted his toil, if it were the means of saving but a single soul. But it is a grievous thing to me, that he should have toiled so hard to translate the Bible, and now the language and the people are gone. The Indian Bible itself is almost the only relic of both." "Laurence," said his grandfather, "if ever you should doubt that man is capable of disinterested zeal for his brother's good, then remember how the apostle Eliot toiled; and if you should feel your own self-interest pressing upon your heart too closely, then think of Eliot's Indian Bible. It is good for the world that such a man has lived, and left this emblem of his life." The tears gushed into the eyes of Laurence, and he acknowledged that Eliot had not toiled in vain. Little Alice put up her arms to Grandfather, and drew down his white head beside her own golden locks. "Grandfather," whispered she, "I want to kiss good Mr. Eliot." And doubtless good Mr. Eliot would gladly receive the kiss of so sweet a child as little Alice, and would think it a portion of his reward in heaven. Grandfather now observed that Dr. Francis had written a very beautiful life of Eliot, which he advised Laurence to peruse. He then spoke of King Philip's War, which began in 1675, and terminated with the death of King Philip in the following year. Philip was a proud, fierce Indian, whom Mr. Eliot had vainly endeavored to convert to the Christian faith. "It must have been a great anguish to the apostle," continued Grandfather, "to hear of mutual slaughter and outrage between his own countrymen and those for whom he felt the affection of a father. A few of the praying Indians joined the followers of King Philip. A great number fought on the side of the English. In the course of the war, the little community of red people whom Mr. Eliot had begun to civilize was scattered, and probably never was restored to a flourishing condition. But his zeal did not grow cold, and only about 5 years before his death, he took great pains in preparing a new edition of the Indian Bible." "I do wish, Grandfather," cried Charley, "you would tell us all about the battles in King Philip's War." "Oh, no!" exclaimed Clara. "Who wants to hear about tomahawks and scalping knives?" "No, Charley," replied Grandfather. "I have no time to spare in talking about battles. You must be content with knowing that it was the bloodiest war that the Indians had ever waged against the white man, and that at its close the English set King Philip's head upon a pole." "Who was the captain of the English?" asked Charley. "Their most noted captain was Benjamin Church, a very famous warrior," said Grandfather. "But I assure you, Charley, that neither Captain Church, nor any of the officers and soldiers who fought in King Philip's war, did anything 1,000 parts so glorious as Mr. Eliot did when he translated the Bible for the Indians." "Let Lawrence be the apostle," said Charley to himself, "and I will be the captain." Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9, of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The children were now accustomed to assemble round Grandfather's chair at all their unoccupied moments, and often it was a striking picture to behold the white-headed old sire, with this flowery wreath of young people around him. When he talked to them, it was the past speaking to the present, or rather to the future, for the children were of a generation which had not become actual. Their part in life, thus far, was only to be happy, and to draw knowledge from 1,000 sources. As yet, it was not their time to do. Sometimes, as Grandfather gazed at their fair, unworldly countenances, a mist of tears bedimmed his spectacles. He almost regretted that it was necessary for them to know anything of the past, or to provide aught for the future. He could have wished that they might be always the happy, youthful creatures who had hitherto sported around his chair, without inquiring whether it had a history. It grieved him to think that his little Alice, who was a flower bud, fresh from paradise, must open her leaves to the rough breezes of the world, or ever open them in any clime. So sweet a child she was, that it seemed fit her infancy should be immortal. But such repinings were merely flitting shadows across the old man's heart. He had faith enough to believe, and wisdom enough to know, that the bloom of the flower would be even holier and happier than its bud. Even within himself, though Grandfather was now at that period of life when the veil of mortality is apt to hang heavily over the soul, still, in his inmost being, he was conscious of something that he would not have exchanged for the best happiness of childhood. It was a bliss to which every sort of earthly experience, all that he had enjoyed or suffered, or seen or heard or acted, with the broodings of his soul upon the whole, had contributed somewhat. In the same manner must a bliss, of which now they could have no conception, grow up within these children, and form a part of their sustenance for immortality. So Grandfather, with renewed cheerfulness, continued his history of the chair, trusting that a profounder wisdom than his own would extract from these flowers and weeds of time a fragrance that might last beyond all time. At this period of the story, Grandfather threw a glance backward as far as the year 1660. He spoke of the ill-concealed reluctance with which the Puritans in America had acknowledged the sway of Charles II on his restoration to his father's throne. When death had stricken Oliver Cromwell, that mighty protector had no sincerer mourners than in New England. The new king had been more than a year upon the throne before his accession was proclaimed in Boston, although the neglect to perform the ceremony might have subjected the rulers to the charge of treason. During the reign of Charles II, however, the American colonies had but little reason to complain of harsh or tyrannical treatment. But when Charles died in 1685, and was succeeded by his brother James, the patriarchs of New England began to tremble. King James was a bigoted Roman Catholic, and was known to be of an arbitrary temper. It was feared by all Protestants, and chiefly by the Puritans, that he would assume despotic power, and attempt to establish popery throughout his dominions. Our forefathers felt that they had no security, either for their religion or their liberties. The result proved that they had reason for their apprehensions. King James caused the charters of all the American colonies to be taken away. The old charter of Massachusetts, which the people regarded as a holy thing, and as the foundation of all their liberties, was declared void. The colonists were now no longer freemen. They were entirely dependent on the king's pleasure. At first, in 1685, King James appointed Joseph Dudley, a native of Massachusetts, to be president of New England. But soon afterwards, Sir Edmund Andros, an officer of the English army, arrived with a commission to be Governor-General of New England and New York. The king had given such powers to Sir Edmund Andros, that there was now no liberty, nor scarcely any law in the colonies over which he ruled. The inhabitants were not allowed to choose representatives, and consequently had no voice whatever in the government, nor control over the measures that were adopted. The councilors with whom the governor consulted on matters of state were appointed by himself. This sort of government was no better than an absolute despotism. The people suffered much wrong while Sir Edmund Andros ruled over them," continued Grandfather, "and they were apprehensive of much more. He had brought some soldiers with him from England, who took possession of the old fortress on Castle Island, and of the fortification on Fort Hill. Sometimes it was rumored that a general massacre of the inhabitants was to be perpetrated by these soldiers. There were reports, too, that all the ministers were to be slain or imprisoned. "For what?" inquired Charlie. "Because they were the leaders of the people, Charlie," said Grandfather. "A minister was a more formidable man than a general in those days. Well, while these things were going on in America, King James had so misgoverned the people of England, that they sent over to Holland for the Prince of Orange. He had married the king's daughter, and was therefore considered to have a claim to the crown. On his arrival in England, the Prince of Orange was proclaimed king by the name of William the Third. Poor old King James made his escape to France." Grandfather told how, at the first intelligence of the landing of the Prince of Orange in England, the people of Massachusetts rose in their strength, and overthrew the government of Sir Edmund Andros. He, with Joseph Dudley, Edmund Randolph, and his other principal adherents, were thrown into prison. Old Simon Bradstreet, who had been governor when King James took away the charter, was called by the people to govern them again. Governor Bradstreet was a venerable old man, nearly 90 years of age," said Grandfather. "He came over with the first settlers, and had been the intimate companion of all those excellent and famous men who laid the foundation of our country. They were all gone before him to the grave, and Bradstreet was the last of the Puritans." Grandfather paused a moment and smiled, as if he had something very interesting to tell his auditors. He then proceeded: "And now, Laurence, now, Clara, now, Charlie, now, my dear little Alice, what chair do you think had been placed in the council chamber for old Governor Bradstreet to take his seat in? Would you believe that it was this very chair in which Grandfather now sits, and of which he is telling you the history?" "I am glad to hear it with all my heart!" cried Charlie, after a shout of delight. "I thought Grandfather had quite forgotten the chair." "It was a solemn and affecting sight," said Grandfather, "when this venerable patriarch, with his white beard flowing down upon his breast, took his seat in his chair of state. Within his remembrance, and even since his mature age, the site where now stood the populous town had been a wild and forest-covered peninsula. The province, now so fertile, and spotted with thriving villages, had been a deserted wilderness. He was surrounded by a shouting multitude, most of whom had been born in the country which he had helped to found. They were of one generation, and he of another. As the old man looked upon them, and beheld new faces everywhere, he must have felt that it was now time for him to go, whither his brethren had gone before him." "Were the former governors all dead and gone?" asked Laurence. "All of them," replied Grandfather. "Winthrop had been dead 40 years. Endicott died a very old man in 1665. Sir Henry Vane was beheaded in London at the beginning of the reign of Charles II, and Haynes, Dudley, Bellingham, and Leverett, who had all been governors of Massachusetts, were now likewise in their graves. Old Simon Bradstreet was the sole representative of that departed brotherhood. There was no other public man remaining to connect the ancient system of government and manners with the new system, which was about to take its place. The era of the Puritans was now completed. "I am sorry for it," observed Laurence; "for though they were so stern, it seems to me that there was something warm and real about them. I think, Grandfather, that each of these old governors should have his statue set up in our State House, sculptured out of the hardest of New England granite." "It would not be amiss, Laurence," said Grandfather; "but perhaps clay, or some other perishable material, might suffice for some of their successors. But let us go back to our chair. It was occupied by Governor Bradstreet from April, 1689, until May, 1692. Sir William Phips then arrived in Boston, with a new charter from King William, and a commission to be governor. End of Part I, Chapter 9. Part I, Chapter 10 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sunken Treasure. "And what became of the chair?" inquired Clara. "The outward aspect of our chair," replied Grandfather, "was now somewhat the worse for its long and arduous services. It was considered hardly magnificent enough to be allowed to keep its place in the council chamber of Massachusetts. In fact, it was banished as an article of useless lumber. But Sir William Phips happened to see it, and, being much pleased with its construction, resolved to take the good old chair into his private mansion. Accordingly, with his own gubernatorial hands, he repaired one of its arms, which had been slightly damaged." "Why, Grandfather, here is the very arm!" interrupted Charley, in great wonderment. "And did Sir William Phips put in these screws with his own hands? I am sure he did it beautifully. But how came a governor to know how to mend a chair?" "I will tell you a story about the early life of Sir William Phips," said Grandfather. "You will then perceive that he well knew how to use his hands." So Grandfather related the wonderful and true tale of the Sunken Treasure. Picture to yourselves, my dear children, a handsome old-fashioned room, with a large open cupboard at one end, in which is displayed a magnificent gold cup, with some other splendid articles of gold and silver plate. In another part of the room, opposite to a tall looking-glass, stands our beloved chair, newly polished, and adorned with a gorgeous cushion of crimson velvet, tufted with gold. In the chair sits a man of strong and sturdy frame, whose face has been roughened by northern tempests, and blackened by the burning sun of the West Indies. He wears an immense periwig, flowing down over his shoulders. His coat has a wide embroidery of golden foliage, and his waistcoat likewise is all flowered over and bedizened with gold. His red, rough hands, which have done many a good day's work with the hammer and adze, are half covered by the delicate lace ruffles at his wrists. On a table lies his silver-hilted sword, and in a corner of the room stands his gold-headed cane, made of a beautifully polished West Indian wood. Somewhat such an aspect as this did Sir William Phips present, when he sat in Grandfather's chair, after the king had appointed him governor of Massachusetts. Truly there was need that the old chair should be varnished, and decorated with a crimson cushion, in order to make it suitable for such a magnificent-looking personage. But Sir William Phips had not always worn a gold-embroidered coat, nor always sat so much at ease as he did in Grandfather's chair. He was a poor man's son, and was born in the province of Maine, where he used to tend sheep upon the hills in his boyhood and youth. Until he had grown to be a man, he did not even know how to read and write. Tired of tending sheep, he next apprenticed himself to a ship carpenter, and spent about 4 years in hewing the crooked limbs of oak trees into knees for vessels. In 1673, when he was 22 years old, he came to Boston, and soon afterwards was married to a widow lady, who had property enough to set him up in business. It was not long, however, before he lost all the money that he had acquired by his marriage, and became a poor man again. Still he was not discouraged. He often told his wife, that some time or other he should be very rich, and would build a fair brick house in the Green Lane of Boston. Do not suppose, children, that he had been to a fortune-teller to inquire his destiny. It was his own energy and spirit of enterprise, and his resolution to lead an industrious life, that made him look forward with so much confidence to better days. Several years passed away, and William Phips had not yet gained the riches which he had promised himself. During this time, he had begun to follow the sea for a living. In the year 1684, he happened to hear of a Spanish ship, which had been cast away near the Bahama Islands, and which was supposed to contain a great deal of gold and silver. Phips went to the place in a small vessel, hoping that he should be able to recover some of the treasure from the wreck. He did not succeed, however, in fishing up gold and silver enough to pay the expenses of his voyage. But before he returned, he was told of another Spanish ship, or galleon, which had been cast away near Porto de la Plata. She had now lain as much as 50 years beneath the waves. This old ship had been laden with immense wealth, and hitherto nobody had thought of the possibility of recovering any part of it from the deep sea, which was rolling and tossing it about. But though it was now an old story, and the most aged people had almost forgotten that such a vessel had been wrecked, William Phips resolved that the sunken treasure should again be brought to light. He went to London, and obtained admittance to King James, who had not yet been driven from his throne. He told the king of the vast wealth that was lying at the bottom of the sea. King James listened with attention, and thought this a fine opportunity to fill his treasury with Spanish gold. He appointed William Phips to be captain of a vessel called the Rose Algier, carrying 18 guns and 95 men. So now he was Captain Phips of the English navy. Captain Phips sailed from England in the Rose Algier, and cruised for nearly 2 years in the West Indies, endeavoring to find the wreck of the Spanish ship. But the sea is so wide and deep, that it is no easy matter to discover the exact spot where a sunken vessel lies. The prospect of success seemed very small, and most people would have thought that Captain Phips was as far from having money enough to build a fair brick house, as he was while he tended sheep. The seamen of the Rose Algier became discouraged, and gave up all hope of making their fortunes by discovering the Spanish wreck. They wanted to compel Captain Phips to turn pirate. There was a much better prospect, they thought, of growing rich by plundering vessels which still sailed the sea, than by seeking for a ship that had lain beneath the waves full half a century. They broke out in open mutiny, but were finally mastered by Phips, and compelled to obey his orders. It would have been dangerous, however, to continue much longer at sea, with such a crew of mutinous sailors; and besides, the Rose Algier was leaky and unseaworthy. So Captain Phips judged it best to return to England. Before leaving the West Indies, he met with a Spaniard, an old man, who remembered the wreck of the Spanish ship, and gave him directions how to find the very spot. It was on a reef of rocks, a few leagues from Porto de la Plata. On his arrival in England, therefore, Captain Phips solicited the king to give him another vessel, and send him back again to the West Indies. But King James, who had probably expected that the Rose Algier would return laden with gold, refused to have anything more to do with the affair. Phips might never have been able to renew the search, if the Duke of Albemarle and some other noblemen had not lent their assistance. They fitted out a ship, and gave the command to Captain Phips. He sailed from England, and arrived safely at Porto de la Plata, where he took an adze, and assisted his men to build a large boat. The boat was intended for the purpose of going closer to the reef of rocks than a large vessel could safely venture. When it was finished, the captain sent several men in it, to examine the spot where the Spanish ship was said to have been wrecked. They were accompanied by some Indians, who were skilful divers, and could go down a great way into the depths of the sea. The boat's crew proceeded to the reef of rocks, and rowed round and round it a great many times. They gazed down into the water, which was so transparent that it seemed as if they could have seen the gold and silver at the bottom, had there been any of those precious metals there. Nothing, however, could they see, nothing more valuable than a curious sea shrub, which was growing beneath the water in a crevice of the reef of rocks. It flaunted to and fro with the swell and reflux of the waves, and looked as bright and beautiful as if its leaves were gold. "We won't go back empty-handed," cried an English sailor; and then he spoke to one of the Indian divers. "Dive down, and bring me back that pretty shrub there. That's the only treasure we shall find." Down plunged the diver, and soon rose dripping from the water, holding the sea shrub in his hand. But he had learnt some news at the bottom of the sea. "There are some ship's guns," he said, the moment he had drawn breath. "Some great cannons among the rocks, near where the shrub was growing." No sooner had he spoken than the English sailors knew that they had found the very spot where the Spanish galleon had been wrecked so many years before. The other Indian divers immediately plunged over the boat's side, and swam headlong down, groping among the rocks and sunken cannon. In a few moments, one of them rose above the water, with a heavy lump of silver in his arms. This single lump was worth more than $1,000. The sailors took it into the boat, and then rowed back as speedily as they could, being in haste to inform Captain Phips of their good luck. But, confidently as the captain had hoped to find the Spanish wreck, yet now that it was really found, the news seemed too good to be true. He could not believe it till the sailors showed him the lump of silver. "Thanks be to God!" then cries Captain Phips. "We shall every man of us make our fortunes." Hereupon the captain and all the crew set to work, with iron rakes and great hooks and lines, fishing for gold and silver at the bottom of the sea. Up came the treasure in abundance. Now they beheld a table of solid silver, once the property of an old Spanish grandee. Now they found a sacramental vessel, which had been destined as a gift to some Catholic church. Now they drew up a golden cup, fit for the King of Spain to drink his wine out of. Perhaps the bony hand of its former owner had been grasping the precious cup, and was drawn up along with it. Now their rakes or fishing lines were loaded with masses of silver bullion. There were also precious stones among the treasure, glittering and sparkling, so that it is a wonder how their radiance could have been concealed. There is something sad and terrible in the idea of snatching all this wealth from the devouring sea, which had possessed it for such a length of years. It seems as if men had no right to make themselves rich with it. It ought to have been left with the skeletons of the ancient Spaniards, who had been drowned when the ship was wrecked, and whose bones were now scattered among the gold and silver. But Captain Phips and his crew were troubled with no such thoughts as these. After a day or two, they lighted on another part of the wreck, where they found a great many bags of silver dollars. But nobody could have guessed that these were money bags. By remaining so long in the salt water, they had become covered over with a crust which had the appearance of stone, so that it was necessary to break them in pieces with hammers and axes. When this was done, a stream of silver dollars gushed out upon the deck of the vessel. The whole value of the recovered treasure, plate, bullion, precious stones, and all, was estimated at more than $2,000,000. It was dangerous even to look at such a vast amount of wealth. A sea captain who assisted Phips in the enterprise utterly lost his reason at the sight of it. He died 2 years afterwards, still raving about the treasures that lie at the bottom of the sea. It would have been better for this man if he had left the skeletons of the shipwrecked Spaniards in quiet possession of their wealth. Captain Phips and his men continued to fish up plate, bullion, and dollars as plentifully as ever, till their provisions grew short. Then, as they could not feed upon gold and silver any more than old King Midas could, they found it necessary to go in search of better sustenance. Phips resolved to return to England. He arrived there in 1687, and was received with great joy by the Duke of Albemarle, and the other English lords who had fitted out the vessel. Well they might rejoice, for they took by far the greater part of the treasure to themselves. The captain's share, however, was enough to make him comfortable for the rest of his days. It also enabled him to fulfill his promise to his wife, by building a fair brick house in the Green Lane of Boston. The Duke of Albemarle sent Mrs. Phips a magnificent gold cup, worth at least $5,000. Before Captain Phips left London, King James made him a knight, so that instead of the obscure ship's carpenter who had formerly dwelt among them, the inhabitants of Boston welcomed him on his return as the rich and famous Sir William Phips. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir William Phips, continued Grandfather, was too active and adventurous a man to sit still in the quiet enjoyment of his good fortune. In the year 1690, he went on a military expedition against the French colonies in America, conquered the whole province of Acadia, and returned to Boston with a great deal of plunder. "Why, Grandfather, he was the greatest man that ever sat in the chair!" cried Charley. "Ask Laurence what he thinks," replied Grandfather, with a smile. Well, in the same year, Sir William took command of an expedition against Quebec, but did not succeed in capturing the city. In 1692, being then in London, King William III appointed him governor of Massachusetts. And now, my dear children, having followed Sir William Phips through all his adventures and hardships, till we find him comfortably seated in Grandfather's chair, we will here bid him farewell. May he be as happy in ruling a people as he was while he tended sheep." Charley, whose fancy had been greatly taken by the adventurous disposition of Sir William Phips, was eager to know how he had acted, and what happened to him while he held the office of governor. But Grandfather had made up his mind to tell no more stories for the present. "Possibly, one of these days, I may go on with the adventures of the chair," said he. "But its history becomes very obscure just at this point, and I must search into some old books and manuscripts before proceeding further. Besides, it is now a good time to pause in our narrative, because the new charter which Sir William Phips brought over from England formed a very important epoch in the history of the province." "Really, Grandfather," observed Laurence, "this seems to be the most remarkable chair in the world. Its history cannot be told without intertwining it with the lives of distinguished men, and the great events that have befallen the country." "True, Laurence," replied Grandfather, smiling. "We must write a book with some such title as this: 'Memoirs of My Own Times, by Grandfather's Chair.'" "That would be beautiful!" exclaimed Laurence, clapping his hands. "But, after all," continued Grandfather, "any other old chair, if it possessed memory, and a hand to write its recollections, could record stranger stories than any that I have told you. From generation to generation, a chair sits familiarly in the midst of human interests, and is witness to the most secret and confidential intercourse that mortal man can hold with his fellow. The human heart may best be read in the fireside chair; and as to external events, grief and joy keep a continual vicissitude around it, and within it. Now we see the glad face and glowing form of Joy sitting merrily in the old chair, and throwing a warm firelight radiance over all the household. Now, while we thought not of it, the dark-clad mourner, Grief, has stolen into the place of Joy, but not to retain it long. The imagination can hardly grasp so wide a subject as is embraced in the experience of a family chair." "It makes my breath flutter, my heart thrill, to think of it," said Laurence. "Yes, a family chair must have a deeper history than a chair of state." "Oh, yes!" cried Clara, expressing a woman's feeling on the point in question. "The history of a country is not nearly so interesting as that of a single family would be." "But the history of a country is more easily told," said Grandfather. "So, if we proceed with our narrative of the chair, I shall still confine myself to its connection with public events." Good old Grandfather now rose and quitted the room, while the children remained gazing at the chair. Laurence, so vivid was his conception of past times, would hardly have deemed it strange, if its former occupants, one after another, had resumed the seat which they had each left vacant such a dim length of years ago. First, the gentle and lovely Lady Arbella would have been seen in the old chair, almost sinking out of its arms for very weakness. Then Roger Williams, in his cloak and band, earnest, energetic, and benevolent. Then the figure of Anne Hutchinson, with the like gesture as when she presided at the assemblages of women. Then the dark, intellectual face of Vane, young in years, but in sage counsel old. Next would have appeared the successive governors, Winthrop, Dudley, Bellingham, and Endicott, who sat in the chair while it was a chair of state. Then its ample seat would have been pressed by the comfortable, rotund corporation of the honest mint master. Then the half-frenzied shape of Mary Dyer, the persecuted Quaker woman, clad in sackcloth and ashes, would have rested in it for a moment. Then the holy apostolic form of Eliot would have sanctified it. Then would have arisen, like the shade of departed Puritanism, the venerable dignity of the white-bearded Governor Bradstreet. Lastly, on the gorgeous crimson cushion of Grandfather's chair, would have shone the purple and golden magnificence of Sir William Phips. But all these, with the other historic personages in the midst of whom the chair had so often stood, had passed, both in substance and shadow, from the scene of ages. Yet here stood the chair, with the old Lincoln coat of arms, and the oaken flowers and foliage, and the fierce lion's head at the summit, the whole, apparently, in as perfect preservation as when it had first been placed in the Earl of Lincoln's hall. And what vast changes of society and of nations had been wrought by sudden convulsions, or by slow degrees, since that era! This chair has stood firm when the thrones of kings were overturned, thought Laurence. Its oaken frame has proved stronger than many frames of government. More the thoughtful and imaginative boy might have mused. But now a large yellow cat, a great favorite with all the children, leaped in at the open window. Perceiving that Grandfather's chair was empty, and having often before experienced its comforts, Puss laid herself quietly down upon the cushion. Laurence, Clara, Charley, and little Alice all laughed at the idea of such a successor to the worthies of old times. "Pussy," said little Alice, putting out her hand, into which the cat laid a velvet paw, "you look very wise. Do tell us a story about Grandfather's chair." Part 1, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 1, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Oh, Grandfather, dear Grandfather!" cried little Alice, "pray tell us some more stories about your chair." How long a time had fled since the children had felt any curiosity to hear the sequel of this venerable chair's adventures! Summer was now past and gone, and the better part of autumn likewise. Dreary, chill November was howling out of doors, and vexing the atmosphere with sudden showers of wintry rain, or sometimes with gusts of snow, that rattled like small pebbles against the windows. When the weather began to grow cool, Grandfather's chair had been removed from the summer parlor into a smaller and snugger room. It now stood by the side of a bright, blazing wood fire. Grandfather loved a wood fire far better than a grate of glowing anthracite, or than the dull heat of an invisible furnace, which seems to think that it has done its duty in merely warming the house. But the wood fire is a kindly, cheerful, sociable spirit, sympathizing with mankind, and knowing that to create warmth is but one of the good offices which are expected from it. Therefore it dances on the hearth, and laughs broadly through the room, and plays 1,000 antics, and throws a joyous glow over all the faces that encircle it. In the twilight of the evening, the fire grew brighter and more cheerful, and thus perhaps there was something in Grandfather's heart that cheered him most with its warmth and comfort in the gathering twilight of old age. He had been gazing at the red embers as intently as if his past life were all pictured there, or as if it were a prospect of the future world, when little Alice's voice aroused him. "Dear Grandfather," repeated the little girl more earnestly, "do talk to us again about your chair." Laurence and Clara and Charley and little Alice had been attracted to other objects for 2 or 3 months past. They had sported in the gladsome sunshine of the present, and so had forgotten the shadowy region of the past, in the midst of which stood Grandfather's chair. But now, in the autumnal twilight, illuminated by the flickering blaze of the wood fire, they looked at the old chair, and thought that it had never before worn such an interesting aspect. There it stood, in the venerable majesty of more than 200 years. The light from the hearth quivered upon the flowers and foliage that were wrought into its oaken back, and the lion's head at the summit seemed almost to move its jaws and shake its mane. "Does little Alice speak for all of you?" asked Grandfather. "Do you wish me to go on with the adventures of the chair?" "Oh, yes, yes, Grandfather!" cried Clara. "The dear old chair! How strange that we should have forgotten it so long!" "Oh, pray begin, Grandfather," said Laurence; "for I think, when we talk about old times, it should be in the early evening, before the candles are lighted. The shapes of the famous persons who once sat in the chair will be more apt to come back and be seen among us, in this glimmer and pleasant gloom, than they would in the vulgar daylight. And besides, we can make pictures of all that you tell us among the glowing embers and white ashes." Our friend Charley, too, thought the evening the best time to hear Grandfather's stories, because he could not then be playing out of doors. So, finding his young auditors unanimous in their petition, the good old gentleman took up the narrative of the historic chair, at the point where he had dropped it. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "You recollect, my dear children," said Grandfather, "that we took leave of the chair in 1692, while it was occupied by Sir William Phips. This fortunate treasure seeker, you will remember, had come over from England, with King William's commission, to be governor of Massachusetts. Within the limits of this province were now included the old colony of Plymouth, and the territories of Maine and Nova Scotia. Sir William Phips had likewise brought a new charter from the king, which served instead of a constitution, and set forth the method in which the province was to be governed." "Did the new charter allow the people all their former liberties?" inquired Laurence. "No," replied Grandfather. "Under the first charter, the people had been the source of all power. Winthrop, Endicott, Bradstreet, and the rest of them, had been governors by the choice of the people, without any interference of the king. But henceforth the governor was to hold this station solely by the king's appointment, and during his pleasure. And the same was the case with the lieutenant governor, and some other high officers. The people, however, were still allowed to choose representatives, and the governor's council was chosen by the general court." "Would the inhabitants have elected Sir William Phips," asked Laurence, "if the choice of governor had been left to them?" "He might probably have been a successful candidate," answered Grandfather; "for his adventures and military enterprises had gained him a sort of renown, which always goes a great way with the people. And he had many popular characteristics, being a kind, warm‐hearted man, not ashamed of his low origin, nor haughty in his present elevation. Soon after his arrival, he proved that he did not blush to recognize his former associates." "How was that?" inquired Charley. "He made a grand festival at his new brick house," said Grandfather, "and invited all the ship carpenters of Boston to be his guests. At the head of the table, in our great chair, sat Sir William Phips himself, treating these hard‐handed men as his brethren, cracking jokes with them, and talking familiarly about old times. I know not whether he wore his embroidered dress, but I rather choose to imagine that he had on a suit of rough clothes, such as he used to labor in, while he was Phips, the ship carpenter." "An aristocrat need not be ashamed of the trade," observed Laurence; "for the Czar Peter the Great once served an apprenticeship to it." "Did Sir William Phips make as good a governor as he was a ship carpenter?" asked Charley. "History says but little about his merits as a ship carpenter," answered Grandfather; "but as a governor a great deal of fault was found with him. Almost as soon as he assumed the government, he became engaged in a very frightful business, which might have perplexed a wiser and better cultivated head than his. This was the witchcraft delusion." And here Grandfather gave his auditors such details of this melancholy affair as he thought it fit for them to know. They shuddered to hear that a frenzy which led to the death of many innocent persons, had originated in the wicked arts of a few children. They belonged to the Reverend Mr. Parris, minister of Salem. These children complained of being pinched and pricked with pins, and otherwise tormented by the shapes of men and women, who were supposed to have power to haunt them invisibly, both in darkness and daylight, often in the midst of their family and friends. The children would pretend to be seized with strange convulsions, and would cry out that the witches were afflicting them. These stories spread abroad, and caused great tumult and alarm. From the foundation of New England, it had been the custom of the inhabitants, in all matters of doubt and difficulty, to look to their ministers for counsel. So they did now; but, unfortunately, the ministers and wise men were more deluded than the illiterate people. Cotton Mather, a very learned and eminent clergyman, believed that the whole country was full of witches and wizards, who had given up their hopes of heaven, and signed a covenant with the Evil One. Nobody could be certain that his nearest neighbor or most intimate friend was not guilty of this imaginary crime. The number of those who pretended to be afflicted by witchcraft grew daily more numerous. They bore testimony against many of the best and worthiest people. A minister named George Burroughs was among the accused. In the months of August and September, 1692, he and 19 other innocent men and women were put to death. The place of execution was a high hill on the outskirts of Salem, so that many of the sufferers, as they stood beneath the gallows, could discern their own habitations in the town. The martyrdom of these guiltless persons seemed only to increase the madness. The afflicted now grew bolder in their accusations. Many people of rank and wealth were either thrown into prison, or compelled to flee for their lives. Among these were 2 sons of old Simon Bradstreet, the last of the Puritan governors. Mr. Willard, a pious minister of Boston, was cried upon as a wizard in open court. Mrs. Hale, the wife of the minister of Beverly, was likewise accused. Philip English, a rich merchant of Salem, found it necessary to take flight, leaving his property and business in confusion. But a short time afterwards, the Salem people were glad to invite him back. "The boldest thing that the accusers did," continued Grandfather, "was to cry out against the governor's own beloved wife. Yes, the lady of Sir William Phips was accused of being a witch, and of flying through the air to attend witch meetings. When the governor heard this, he probably trembled, so that our great chair shook beneath him." "Dear Grandfather," cried little Alice, clinging closer to his knee, "is it true that witches ever come in the night time to frighten little children?" "No, no, dear little Alice," replied Grandfather. "Even if there were any witches, they would flee away from the presence of a pure-hearted child. But there are none, and our forefathers soon became convinced that they had been led into a terrible delusion. All the prisoners, on account of witchcraft, were set free. But the innocent dead could not be restored to life, and the hill where they were executed will always remind people of the saddest and most humiliating passage in our history." Grandfather said that the next remarkable event, while Sir William Phips remained in the chair, was the arrival at Boston of an English fleet in 1693. It brought an army which was intended for the conquest of Canada. But a malignant disease, more fatal than the smallpox, broke out among the soldiers and sailors, and destroyed the greater part of them. The infection spread into the town of Boston, and made much havoc there. This dreadful sickness caused the governor and Sir Francis Wheeler, who was commander of the British forces, to give up all thoughts of attacking Canada. "Soon after this," said Grandfather, "Sir William Phillips quarrelled with the captain of an English frigate, and also with the collector of Boston. Being a man of violent temper, he gave each of them a sound beating with his cane." "He was a bold fellow," observed Charley, who was himself somewhat addicted to a similar mode of settling disputes. "More bold than wise," replied Grandfather, "for complaints were carried to the king, and Sir William Phips was summoned to England to make the best answer he could. Accordingly, he went to London, where, in 1695, he was seized with a malignant fever, of which he died. Had he lived longer, he would probably have gone again in search of sunken treasure. He had heard of a Spanish ship, which was cast away in 1502, during the lifetime of Columbus. Bovadilla, Roldan, and many other Spaniards were lost in her, together with the immense wealth of which they had robbed the South American kings." "Why, Grandfather," exclaimed Laurence, "what magnificent ideas the governor had! Only think of recovering all that old treasure, which had lain almost 2 centuries under the sea! Methinks Sir William Phips ought to have been buried in the ocean when he died, so that he might have gone down among the sunken ships and cargoes of treasure, which he was always dreaming about in his lifetime." "He was buried in one of the crowded cemeteries of London," said Grandfather. "As he left no children, his estate was inherited by his nephew, from whom is descended the present Marquis of Normandy. The noble Marquis is not aware, perhaps, that the prosperity of his family originated in the successful enterprise of a New England ship carpenter." Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Old-Fashioned School. "At the death of Sir William Phips," proceeded Grandfather, "our chair was bequeathed to Mr. Ezekiel Cheever, a famous schoolmaster in Boston. This old gentleman came from London in 1637, and had been teaching school ever since. so that there were now aged men, grandfathers like myself, to whom Master Cheever had taught their alphabet. He was a person of venerable aspect, and wore a long white beard." "Was the chair placed in his school?" asked Charley. "Yes, in his school," answered Grandfather; "and we may safely say that it had never before been regarded with such awful reverence. No, not even when the old governors of Massachusetts sat in it. Even you, Charley, my boy, would have felt some respect for the chair, if you had seen it occupied by this famous schoolmaster." And here Grandfather endeavored to give his auditors an idea how matters were managed in schools about 100 years ago. As this will probably be an interesting subject to our readers, we shall make a separate sketch of it, and call it "The Old-Fashioned School." Now imagine yourselves, my children, in Master Ezekiel Cheever's schoolroom. It is a large, dingy room, with a sanded floor, and is lighted by windows that turn on hinges, and have little diamond-shaped panes of glass. The scholars sit on long benches, with desks before them. At one end of the room is a great fireplace, so very spacious that there is room enough for 3 or 4 boys to stand in each of the chimney corners. This was the good old fashion of fireplaces, where there was wood enough in the forest to keep people warm, without their digging into the bowels of the earth for coal. It is a winter's day, when we take our peep into the schoolroom. See what great logs of wood have been rolled into the fireplace, and what a broad, bright blaze goes leaping up the chimney! And every few moments a vast cloud of smoke is puffed into the room, which sails slowly over the heads of the scholars, until it gradually settles upon the walls and ceiling. They are blackened with the smoke of many years already. Next, look at our old historic chair. It is placed, you perceive, in the most comfortable part of the room, where the generous glow of the fire is sufficiently felt, without being too intensely hot. How stately the old chair looks, as if it remembered its many famous occupants, and yet were conscious that a greater man is sitting in it now! Do you see the venerable schoolmaster, severe in aspect, with a black skull-cap on his head, like an ancient Puritan, and the snow of his white beard drifting down to his very girdle? What boy would dare to play, or whisper, or even glance aside from his book, while Master Cheever is on the lookout behind his spectacles? For such offenders, as any such there be, a rod of birch is hanging over the fireplace, and a heavy ferule lies on the master's desk. And now school is begun. What a murmur of multitudinous tongues, like the whispering leaves of a wind-stirred oak, as the scholars con over their various tasks, Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid such a murmur has Master Cheever spent above 60 years, and long habit has made it as pleasant to him as the hum of a beehive, when the insects are busy in the sunshine. Now a class in Latin is called to recite. Forth steps a row of queer-looking little fellows, wearing square-skirted coats, and small clothes with buttons at the knee. They look like so many grandfathers in their second childhood. These lads are to be sent to Cambridge, and educated in the learned professions. Old Master Cheever has lived so long, and seen so many generations of schoolboys grow up to be men, that now he can almost prophesy what sort of man each boy will be. One urchin shall hereafter be a doctor, and administer pills and potions, and stalk gravely through life, perfumed with asafoetida. Another shall wrangle at the bar, and fight his way to wealth and honors, and in his declining age shall be a worshipful member of his Majesty's Council. A third, and he is the master's favorite, shall be a worthy successor to the old Puritan ministers now in their graves. He shall preach with great unction and effect, and leave volumes of sermons in print and manuscript for the benefit of future generations. But, as they are merely schoolboys now, their business is to construe Virgil. Poor Virgil, whose verses, which he took so much pains to polish, have been misscanned, and misparsed, and misinterpreted by so many generations of idle schoolboys. There, sit down, ye Latinists. 2 or 3 of you, I fear, are doomed to feel the master's ferule. Next comes a class in arithmetic. These boys are to be the merchants, shopkeepers, and mechanics of a future period. Hitherto, they have traded only in marbles and apples. Hereafter, some will send vessels to England for broadcloth and all sorts of manufactured wares, and to the West Indies for sugar and rum and coffee. Others will stand behind counters, and measure tape, and ribbon, and cambric, by the yard. Others will upheave the blacksmith's hammer, or drive the plane over the carpenter's bench, or take the lapstone and the awl, and learn the trade of shoemaking. Many will follow the sea, and become bold, rough sea captains. This class of boys, in short, must supply the world with those active, skilful hands, and clear, sagacious heads, without which the affairs of life would be thrown into confusion by the theories of studious and visionary men. Wherefore, teach them their multiplication table, good Master Cheever, and whip them well when they deserve it; for much of the country's welfare depends on these boys. But, alas! while we have been thinking of other matters, Master Cheever's watchful eye has caught 2 boys at play. Now we shall see awful times. The 2 malefactors are summoned before the master's chair, wherein he sits, with the terror of a judge upon his brow. Our old chair is now a judgment seat. Ah, Master Cheever has taken down the terrible birch rod. Short is the trial, the sentence quickly passed, and now the judge prepares to execute in person. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In those good old times, a schoolmaster's blows were well laid on. See, the birch rod has lost several of its twigs, and will hardly serve for another execution. Mercy on us, what a bellowing the urchins make! My ears are almost deafened, though the clamor comes through the far length of 150 years. There, go to your seats, poor boys, and do not cry, sweet little Alice, for they have ceased to feel the pain a long time since. And thus the forenoon passes away. Now it is 12 o'clock. The master looks at his great silver watch, and then, with tiresome deliberation, puts the ferule into his desk. The little multitude await the word of dismissal with almost irrepressible impatience. "You are dismissed," says Master Cheever. The boys retire, treading softly, until they have passed the threshold. But fairly out of the schoolroom, lo, what a joyous shout! What a scampering and trampling of feet! What a sense of recovered freedom, expressed in the merry uproar of all their voices! What care they for the ferule and birch rod now? Were boys created merely to study Latin and arithmetic? No. The better purposes of their being are to sport, to leap, to run, to shout, to slide upon the ice, to snowball. Happy boys! Enjoy your playtime now, and come again to study and to feel the birch rod and the ferule tomorrow. Not till tomorrow, for today is Thursday lecture, and ever since the settlement of Massachusetts, there has been no school on Thursday afternoons. Therefore, sport, boys, while you may, for the morrow cometh with the birch rod and the ferule, and after that another morrow with troubles of its own. Now the master has set everything to rights, and is ready to go home for dinner. Yet he goes reluctantly. The old man has spent so much of his life in the smoky, noisy, buzzing schoolroom, that when he has a holiday, he feels as if his place were lost, and himself a stranger in the world. But forth he goes, and there stands our old chair, vacant and solitary, till good Master Cheever resumes his seat in it tomorrow morning. "Grandfather," said Charley, "I wonder whether the boys did not use to upset the old chair when the schoolmaster was out?" "There is a tradition," replied Grandfather, "that one of its arms was dislocated in some such manner. But I cannot believe that any schoolboy would behave so naughtily." As it was now later than little Alice's usual bedtime, Grandfather broke off his narrative, promising to talk more about Master Cheever and his scholars some other evening. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Accordingly, the next evening, Grandfather resumed the history of his beloved chair. "Master Ezekiel Cheever," said he, "died in 1707, after having taught school about 70 years. It would require a pretty good scholar in arithmetic to tell how many stripes he had inflicted, and how many birch rods he had worn out, during all that time, in his fatherly tenderness for his pupils. Almost all the great men of that period, and for many years back, had been whipped into eminence by Master Cheever. Moreover, he had written a Latin Ascendance, which was used in schools more than half a century after his death; so that the good old man, even in his grave, was still the cause of trouble and stripes to idle schoolboys." Grandfather proceeded to say, that when Master Cheever died, he bequeathed the chair to the most learned man that was educated at his school, or that had ever been born in America. This was the renowned Cotton Mather, minister of the Old North Church in Boston, and author of the Magnalia. "Grandfather, which we sometimes see you reading," said Laurence. "Yes, Laurence," replied Grandfather. "The Magnalia is a strange, pedantic history, in which true events and real personages move before the reader with the dreamy aspect which they wore in Cotton Mather's singular mind. This huge volume, however, was written and published before our chair came into his possession. But, as he was the author of more books than there are days in the year, we may conclude that he wrote a great deal while sitting in this chair." "I am tired of these schoolmasters and learned men," said Charley. "I wish some stirring man, that knew how to do something in the world, like Sir William Phips, would sit in the chair." "Such men seldom have leisure to sit quietly in a chair," said Grandfather. "We must make the best of such people as we have." As Cotton Mather was a very distinguished man, Grandfather took some pains to give the children a lively conception of his character. Over the door of his library were painted these words: "Be short," as a warning to visitors that they must not do the world so much harm as needlessly to interrupt this great man's wonderful labors. On entering the room, you would probably behold it crowded, and piled, and heaped with books. There were huge, ponderous folios, and quartos, and little duodecimos, in English, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldaic, and all other languages that either originated at the confusion of Babel, or have since come into use. All these books, no doubt, were tossed about in confusion. thus forming a visible emblem of the manner in which their contents were crowded into Cotton Mather's brain. And in the middle of the room stood a table, on which, besides printed volumes, were strewn manuscript sermons, historical tracts, and political pamphlets, all written in such a queer, blind, cramped, fantastical hand, that a writing master would have gone raving mad at the sight of them. By this table stood Grandfather's chair, which seemed already to have contracted an air of deep erudition, as if its cushion were stuffed with Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and other hard matters. In this chair, from one year's end to another, sat that prodigious bookworm, Cotton Mather, sometimes devouring a great book, and sometimes scribbling one as big. In Grandfather's younger days, there used to be a wax figure of him in one of the Boston museums, representing a solemn, dark-visaged person, in a minister's black gown, with a black letter volume before him. "It is difficult, my children," observed Grandfather, "to make you understand such a character as Cotton Mather's, in whom there was so much good, yet so many failings and frailties. Undoubtedly, he was a pious man. Often he kept fasts, and once, for 3 whole days, he allowed himself not a morsel of food, but spent the time in prayer and religious meditation. Many a livelong night did he watch and pray. These fasts and vigils made him meagre and haggard, and probably caused him to appear as if he hardly belonged to the world." "Was not the witchcraft delusion partly caused by Cotton Mather?" inquired Laurence. "He was the chief agent of the mischief," answered Grandfather. "But we will not suppose that he acted otherwise than conscientiously. He believed that there were evil spirits all about the world. Doubtless, he imagined that they were hidden in the corners and crevices of his library, and that they peeped out from among the leaves of many of his books, as he turned them over at midnight. He supposed that these unlovely demons were everywhere, in the sunshine as well as in the darkness, and that they were hidden in men's hearts, and stole into their most secret thoughts." Here Grandfather was interrupted by little Alice, who hid her face in his lap, and murmured a wish that he would not talk any more about Cotton Mather and the evil spirits. Grandfather kissed her, and told her that angels were the only spirits whom she had anything to do with. He then spoke of the public affairs of the period. A new war between France and England had broken out in 1702, and had been raging ever since. In the course of it, New England suffered much injury from the French and Indians, who often came through the woods from Canada, and assaulted the frontier towns. Villages were sometimes burnt, and the inhabitants slaughtered within a day's ride of Boston. The people of New England had a bitter hatred against the French, not only for the mischief which they did with their own hands, but because they incited the Indians to hostility. The New Englanders knew that they could never dwell in security until the provinces of France should be subdued and brought under the English government. They frequently, in time of war, undertook military expeditions against Acadia and Canada, and sometimes besieged the fortresses by which those territories were defended. But the most earnest wish of their hearts was to take Quebec, and so get possession of the whole province of Canada. Sir William Phips had once attempted it, but without success. Fleets and soldiers were often sent from England to assist the colonists in their warlike undertakings. In 1710, Port Royal, a fortress of Acadia, was taken by the English. The next year, in the month of June, a fleet commanded by Admiral Sir Hovenden Walker arrived in Boston harbor. On board of this fleet was the English General Hill, with 7 regiments of soldiers, who had been fighting under the Duke of Marlborough in Flanders. The government of Massachusetts was called upon to find provisions for the army and fleet, and to raise more men to assist in taking Canada. What with recruiting and drilling of soldiers, there was now nothing but warlike bustle in the streets of Boston. The drum and fife, the rattle of arms, and the shouts of boys were heard from morning till night. In about a month, the fleet set sail, carrying 4 regiments from New England and New York, besides the English soldiers. The whole army amounted to at least 7,000 men. They steered for the mouth of the river St. Lawrence. Cotton Mather prayed most fervently for their success," continued Grandfather, "both in his pulpit, and when he kneeled down in the solitude of his library, resting his face on our old chair. But Providence ordered the result otherwise. In a few weeks, tidings were received that 8 or 9 of the vessels had been wrecked in the St. Lawrence, and that above 1,000 drowned soldiers had been washed ashore on the banks of that mighty river. After this misfortune, Sir Hovenden Walker set sail for England, and many pious people began to think it a sin even to wish for the conquest of Canada." "I would never give it up so!" cried Charley. "Nor did they, as we shall see," replied Grandfather. "However, no more attempts were made during this war, which came to a close in 1713. The people of New England were probably glad of some repose, for their young men had been made soldiers, till many of them were fit for nothing else, and those who remained at home had been heavily taxed to pay for the arms, ammunition, fortifications, and all the other endless expenses of a war. There was great need of the prayers of Cotton Mather, and of all pious men, not only on account of the sufferings of the people, but because of the old moral and religious character of New England was in danger of being utterly lost. "How glorious it would have been," remarked Laurence, "if our forefathers could have kept the country unspotted with blood!" "Yes," said Grandfather; "but there was a stern, warlike spirit in them from the beginning. They seem never to have thought of questioning either the morality or piety of war." The next event which Grandfather spoke of was one that Cotton Mather, as well as most of the other inhabitants of New England, heartily rejoiced at. This was the accession of the Elector of Hanover to the throne of England, in 1714, on the death of Queen Anne. Hitherto, the people had been in continual dread that the male line of the Stuarts, who were descended from the beheaded King Charles and the banished King James, would be restored to the throne. In that case, as the Stuart family were Roman Catholics, it was supposed that they would attempt to establish their own religion throughout the British dominions. But the Elector of Hanover and all his race were Protestants, so that now the descendants of the old Puritans were relieved from many fears and disquietudes. "The importance of this event," observed Grandfather, "was 1,000 times greater than that of a presidential election in our own days. If the people dislike their president, they may get rid of him in 4 years; whereas a dynasty of kings may wear the crown for an unlimited period. The German Elector was proclaimed king from the balcony of the Town House in Boston, by the title of George the First, while the trumpets sounded, and the people cried, 'Amen.' That night the town was illuminated, and Cotton Mather threw aside book and pen, and left Grandfather's chair vacant, while he walked hither and thither to witness the rejoicings. Part II, Chapter 4. Part II, Chapter 5, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rejected Blessing. "Cotton Mather," continued Grandfather, "was a bitter enemy to Governor Dudley; and nobody exulted more than he, when that crafty politician was removed from the government, and succeeded by Colonel Shute. This took place in 1716. The new governor had been an officer in the renowned Duke of Marlborough's army, and had fought in some of the great battles in Flanders. "Now, I hope," said Charley, "we shall hear of his doing great things." "I am afraid you will be disappointed, Charley," answered Grandfather. "It is true that Colonel Shute had probably never led so unquiet a life, while fighting the French, as he did now, while governing this province of Massachusetts Bay. But his troubles consisted almost entirely of dissensions with the legislature. The king had ordered him to lay claim to a fixed salary; but the representatives of the people insisted upon paying him only such sums, from year to year, as they saw fit. Grandfather here explained some of the circumstances that made the situation of a colonial governor so difficult and irksome. There was not the same feeling towards the chief magistrate now, that had existed while he was chosen by the free suffrages of the people. It was felt that, as the king appointed the governor, and as he held his office during the king's pleasure, it would be his great object to please the king. But the people thought that a governor ought to have nothing in view but the best interests of those whom he governed. "The governor," remarked Grandfather, "had two masters to serve: the king who appointed him, and the people on whom he depended for his pay. Few men in this position would have ingenuity enough to satisfy either party. Colonel Shute, though a good-natured, well-meaning man, succeeded so ill with the people, that in 1722 he suddenly went away to England, and made complaint to King George. In the mean time, Lieutenant Governor Dummer directed the affairs of the province, and carried on a long and bloody war with the Indians." "But where was our chair all this time?" asked Clara. "It still remained in Cotton Mather's library," replied Grandfather. "And I must not omit to tell you an incident, which is very much to the honor of this celebrated man. It is the more proper, too, that you should hear it, because it will show you what a terrible calamity the smallpox was to our forefathers. The history of the province, and of course the history of our chair, would be incomplete without particular mention of it." Accordingly, Grandfather told the children a story, to which, for want of a better title, we shall give that of "The Rejected Blessing." One day, in 1721, Dr. Cotton Mather sat in his library, reading a book that had been published by the Royal Society of London. But every few moments he laid the book upon the table, and leaned back in Grandfather's chair, with an aspect of deep care and disquietude. There were certain things which troubled him exceedingly, so that he could hardly fix his thoughts upon what he read. It was now a gloomy time in Boston. That terrible disease, the smallpox, had recently made its appearance in the town. Ever since the first settlement of the country, this awful pestilence had come at intervals, and swept away multitudes of the inhabitants. Whenever it commenced its ravages, nothing seemed to stay its progress, until there were no more victims for it to seize upon. Oftentimes, hundreds of people at once lay groaning with its agony, and when it departed, its deep footsteps were always to be traced in many graves. The people never felt secure from this calamity. Sometimes, perhaps, it was brought into the country by a poor sailor, who had caught the infection in foreign parts, and come hither to die, and to be the cause of many deaths. Sometimes, no doubt, it followed in the train of the pompous governors, when they came over from England. Sometimes the disease lay hidden in the cargoes of ships, among silks and brocades, and other costly merchandise, which was imported for the rich people to wear. And sometimes it started up seemingly of its own accord, and nobody could tell whence it came. The physician, being called to attend the sick person, would look at him and say, "It is the small pox. Let the patient be carried to the hospital." And now this dreadful sickness had shown itself again in Boston. Cotton Mather was greatly afflicted for the sake of the whole province. He had children, too, who were exposed to the danger. At this very moment he heard the voice of his youngest son, for whom his heart was moved with apprehension. "Alas, I fear for that poor child," said Cotton Mather to himself. "What shall I do for my son Samuel?" Again he attempted to drive away these thoughts, by taking up the book which he had been reading. And now, all of a sudden, his attention became fixed. The book contained a printed letter, that an Italian physician had written upon the very subject about which Cotton Mather was so anxiously meditating. He ran his eye eagerly over the pages, and behold! a method was disclosed to him by which the small pox might be robbed of its worst terrors. Such a method was known in Greece. The physicians of Turkey, too, those long bearded eastern sages, had been acquainted with it for many years. The negroes of Africa, ignorant as they were, had likewise practised it, and thus had shown themselves wiser than the white men. "Of a truth," ejaculated Cotton Mather, clasping his hands and looking up to heaven, "it was a merciful Providence that brought this book under mine eye. I will procure a consultation of physicians, and see whether this wondrous inoculation may not stay the progress of the destroyer." So he arose from Grandfather's chair, and went out of the library. Near the door he met his son Samuel, who seemed downcast and out of spirits. The boy had heard, probably, that some of his playmates were taken ill with the small pox. But as his father looked cheerfully at him, Samuel took courage, trusting that either the wisdom of so learned a minister would find some remedy for the danger, or else that his prayers would secure protection from on high. Meanwhile, Cotton Mather took his staff and three-cornered hat, and walked about the streets, calling at the houses of all the physicians in Boston. They were a very wise fraternity, and their huge wigs, and black dresses, and solemn visages, made their wisdom appear even profounder than it was. One after another, he acquainted them with the discovery which he had hit upon. But these grave and sagacious personages would scarcely listen to him. The oldest doctor in town contented himself with remarking that no such thing as inoculation was mentioned by Galen or Hippocrates, and it was impossible that modern physicians should be wiser than those old sages. A second held up his hands in dumb astonishment and horror at the madness of what Cotton Mather proposed to do. A third told him in pretty plain terms that he knew not what he was talking about. A fourth requested, in the name of the whole medical fraternity, that Cotton Mather would confine his attentions to people's souls, and leave the physicians to take care of their bodies. In short, there was but a single doctor among them all who would grant the poor minister so much as a patient hearing. This was Dr. Zabdiel Boylston. He looked into the matter like a man of sense, and, finding beyond a doubt that inoculation had rescued many from death, he resolved to try the experiment in his own family. And so he did. But when the other physicians heard of it, they arose in great fury, and began a war of words, written, printed, and spoken, against Cotton Mather and Dr. Boylston. To hear them talk, you would have supposed that these two harmless and benevolent men had plotted the ruin of the country. The people also took the alarm. Many, who thought themselves more pious than their neighbors, contended that if Providence had ordained them to die of the smallpox, it was sinful to aim at preventing it. The strangest reports were in circulation. Some said that Dr. Boylston had contrived a method for conveying the gout, rheumatism, sick headache, asthma, and all other diseases from one person to another, and diffusing them through the whole community. Others flatly affirmed that the evil one had got possession of Cotton Mather, and was at the bottom of the whole business. You must observe, children, that Cotton Mather's fellow citizens were generally inclined to doubt the wisdom of any measure which he might propose to them. They recollected how he had led them astray in the old witchcraft delusion; and now, if he thought and acted ever so wisely, it was difficult for him to get the credit of it. The people's wrath grew so hot at his attempt to guard them from the smallpox, that he could not walk the streets in peace. Whenever the venerable form of the old minister, meagre and haggard with fasts and vigils, was seen approaching, hisses were heard, and shouts of derision, and scornful and bitter laughter. The women snatched away their children from his path, lest he should do them mischief. Still, however, bending his head meekly, and perhaps stretching out his hand to bless those who reviled him, he pursued his way. But the tears came into his eyes, to think how blindly the people rejected the means of safety that were offered them. Indeed, there were melancholy sights enough in the streets of Boston to draw forth the tears of a compassionate man. Over the doors of almost every dwelling, a red flag was fluttering in the air. This was the signal that the smallpox had entered the house, and attacked some member of the family, or perhaps the whole family, old and young, were struggling at once with the pestilence. Friends and relatives, when they met one another in the streets, would hurry onward without a grasp of hand, or scarcely a word of greeting, lest they should catch or communicate the contagion; and often a coffin was borne hastily along. "Alas, alas!" said Cotton Mather to himself, "what shall be done for this poor misguided people? Oh, that Providence would open their eyes, and enable them to discern good from evil!" So furious, however, were the people, that they threatened vengeance against any person who should dare to practice inoculation, though it were only in his own family. This was a hard case for Cotton Mather, who saw no other way to rescue his poor child Samuel from the disease. But he resolved to save him, even if his house should be burnt over his head. "I will not be turned aside," said he. "My townsmen shall see that I have faith in this thing, when I make the experiment on my beloved son, whose life is dearer to me than my own; and when I have saved Samuel, peradventure they will be persuaded to save themselves." Accordingly, Samuel was inoculated, and so was Mr. Walter, a son-in-law of Cotton Mather. Dr. Bolston likewise inoculated many persons; and while hundreds died, who caught the contagion from the garments of the sick, almost all were preserved who followed the wise physician's advice. But the people were not yet convinced of their mistake. One night, a destructive little instrument, called a hand grenade, was thrown into Cotton Mather's window, and rolled under Grandfather's chair. It was supposed to be filled with gunpowder, the explosion of which would have blown the poor minister to atoms. But the best informed historians are of the opinion that the grenade contained only brimstone and asafoetida, and was meant to plague Cotton Mather with a very evil perfume. This is no strange thing in human experience. Men who attempt to do the world more good than the world is able entirely to comprehend, are almost invariably held in bad odor. But yet, if the wise and good man can wait a while, either the present generation or posterity will do him justice. So it proved. In the case which we have been speaking of, in after years, when inoculation was universally practised, and thousands were saved from death by it, the people remembered old Cotton Mather, then sleeping in his grave. They acknowledged that the very thing for which they had so reviled and persecuted him was the best and the wisest thing he ever did. "Grandfather, this is not an agreeable story," observed Clara. "No, Clara," replied Grandfather; "but it is right that you should know what a dark shadow this disease threw over the times of our forefathers. And now, if you wish to learn more about Cotton Mather, you must read his biography, written by Mr. Peabody of Springfield. You will find it very entertaining and instructive. But perhaps the writer is somewhat too harsh in his judgment of this singular man. He estimates him fairly, indeed, and understands him well. but he unriddles his character rather by acuteness than by sympathy. Now his life should have been written by one who, knowing all his faults, would nevertheless love him. So Grandfather made an end of Cotton Mather, telling his auditors that he died in 1728, at the age of 65, and bequeathed the chair to Elisha Cook. This gentleman was a famous advocate of the people's rights. The same year, William Burnet, a son of the celebrated Bishop Burnet, arrived in Boston, with the commission of governor. He was the first that had been appointed since the departure of Colonel Shute. Governor Burnet took up his residence with Mr. Cook, while the Province House was undergoing repairs. During this period, he was always complimented with a seat in Grandfather's chair; and so comfortable did he find it, that, on removing to the Province House, he could not bear to leave it behind him. Mr. Cook, therefore, requested his acceptance of it. "I should think," said Laurence, "that people would have petitioned the king always to appoint a native-born New Englander to govern them." "Undoubtedly, it was a grievance," answered Grandfather, "to see men placed in this station, who perhaps had neither talents nor virtues to fit them for it, and who certainly could have no natural affection for the country. The king generally bestowed the governorships of the American colonies upon needy noblemen, or hangers-on at court, or disbanded officers. The people knew that such persons would be very likely to make the good of the country subservient to the wishes of the king. The legislature, therefore, endeavored to keep as much power as possible in their own hands, by refusing to settle a fixed salary upon the governors. It was thought better to pay them according to their deserts." "Did Governor Burnet work well for his money?" asked Charley. Grandfather could not help smiling at the simplicity of Charley's question. Nevertheless, it put the matter in a very plain point of view. He then described the character of Governor Burnet, representing him as a good scholar, possessed of much ability, and likewise of unspotted integrity. His story affords a striking example how unfortunate it is for a man who is placed as ruler over a country, to be compelled to aim at anything but the good of the people. Governor Burnet was so chained down by his instructions from the king, that he could not act as he might otherwise have wished. Consequently, his whole term of office was wasted in quarrels with the legislature. "I am afraid, children," said Grandfather, "that Governor Burnet found but little rest or comfort in our old chair. Here he used to sit, dressed in a coat which was made of rough, shaggy cloth outside, but of smooth velvet within. It was said that his own character resembled that coat; for his outward manner was rough, but his inward disposition soft and kind. It is a pity that such a man could not have been kept free from trouble; but so harassing were his disputes with the representatives of the people, that he fell into a fever, of which he died in 1720. The legislature had refused him a salary while alive, but they appropriated money enough to give him a splendid and pompous funeral." And now Grandfather perceived that little Alice had fallen fast asleep, with her head upon his footstool. Indeed, as Clara observed, she had been sleeping from the time of Sir Hovenden Walker's expedition against Quebec, until the death of Governor Burnet, a period of about 18 years. And yet, after so long a nap, sweet little Alice was a golden-haired child of scarcely 5 years old. "It puts me in mind," said Laurence, "of the story of the enchanted princess, who slept many 100 years, and awoke as young and beautiful as ever." Part II, Chapter V. Part II, Chapter VI. Of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few evenings afterwards, Cousin Clara happened to inquire of Grandfather whether the old chair had never been present at a ball. At the same time, little Alice brought forward a doll, with whom she had been holding a long conversation. "See, Grandfather," cried she, "did such a pretty lady as this ever sit in your great chair?" These questions led Grandfather to talk about the fashions and manners, which now began to be introduced from England into the provinces. The simplicity of the good old Puritan times was fast disappearing. This was partly owing to the increasing number and wealth of the inhabitants, and to the additions which they continually received by the arrival and settlement of people from beyond the sea. Another cause of a pompous and artificial mode of life, among those who could afford it, was, that the example was set by the royal governors. Under the old charter, the governors were the representatives of the people, and therefore their way of living had probably been marked by a popular simplicity. But now, as they represented the person of the king, they thought it necessary to preserve the dignity of their station by the practice of high and gorgeous ceremonials. And besides, the profitable offices under the government were filled by men who had lived in London, and had there contracted fashionable and luxurious habits of living, which they would not now lay aside. The wealthy people of the province imitated them, and thus began a general change in social life. "So, my dear Clara," said Grandfather, after our chair had entered the Province House, "it must often have been present at balls and festivals, though I cannot give you a description of any particular one. But I doubt not that they were very magnificent, and slaves in gorgeous liveries waited on the guests, and offered them wine in goblets of massive silver." "Were there slaves in those days?" exclaimed Clara. "Yes, black slaves and white," replied Grandfather. "Our ancestors not only bought negroes from Africa, but Indians from South America, and white people from Ireland. These last were sold, not for life, but for a certain number of years, in order to pay the expenses of their voyage across the Atlantic. Nothing was more common than to see a lot of likely Irish girls advertised for sale in the newspapers. As for the little negro babies, they were offered to be given away like young kittens." "Perhaps Alice would have liked one to play with, instead of her doll," said Charley, laughing. But little Alice clasped the waxen doll closer to her bosom. "Now, as for this pretty doll, my little Alice," said Grandfather, I wish you could have seen what splendid dresses the ladies wore in those times. They had silks, and satins, and damasks, and brocades, and high head dresses, and all sorts of fine things. And they used to wear hooped petticoats, of such enormous size, that it was quite a journey to walk round them." "And how did the gentlemen dress?" asked Charley. "With full as much magnificence as the ladies," answered Grandfather. "For their holiday suits, they had coats of figured velvet, crimson, green, blue, and all other gay colors, embroidered with gold or silver lace. Their waistcoats, which were 5 times as large as modern ones, were very splendid. Sometimes the whole waistcoat, which came down almost to the knees, was made of gold brocade." "Why, the wearer must have shone like a golden image," said Clara. "And then," continued Grandfather, "they wore various sorts of periwigs, such as the tie, the spencer, the brigadier, the major, the albemarle, the ramillies, the feather top, and the full bottom. Their 3-cornered hats were laced with gold or silver. They had shining buckles at the knees of their small clothes, and buckles likewise in their shoes. They wore swords with beautiful hilts, either of silver, or sometimes of polished steel, inlaid with gold." "Oh, I should like to wear a sword!" cried Charley. "And an embroidered crimson velvet coat," said Clara, laughing, "and a gold brocade waistcoat down to your knees." "And knee buckles and shoe buckles," said Laurence, laughing also. "And a periwig," added little Alice, soberly, not knowing what was the article of dress which she recommended to our friend Charley. Grandfather smiled at the idea of Charley's sturdy little figure in such a grotesque caparison. He then went on with the history of the chair, and told the children that in 1730 King George the Second appointed Jonathan Belcher to be governor of Massachusetts, in place of the deceased Governor Burnet. Mr. Belcher was a native of the province, but had spent much of his life in Europe. The new governor found Grandfather's chair in the Province House. He was struck with its noble and stately aspect, but was of opinion that age and hard services had made it scarcely so fit for courtly company as when it stood in the Earl of Lincoln's hall. Wherefore, as Governor Belcher was fond of splendor, he employed a skilful artist to beautify the chair. This was done by polishing and varnishing it, and by gilding the carved work of the elbows, and likewise the oaken flowers of the back. The lion's head now shone like a veritable lump of gold. Finally, Governor Belcher gave the chair a cushion of blue damask, with a rich golden fringe. "Our good old chair being thus glorified," proceeded Grandfather, "it glittered with a great deal more splendor than it had exhibited just a century before, when the Lady Arbella brought it over from England. Most people mistook it for a chair of the latest London fashion; and this may serve for an example that there is almost always an old, time-worn substance under all the glittering show of new invention." "Grandfather, I cannot see any of the gilding," remarked Charley, who had been examining the chair very minutely. "You will not wonder that it has been rubbed off," replied Grandfather, "when you hear all the adventures that have since befallen the chair. Gilded it was, and the handsomest room in the Province House was adorned by it. There was not much to interest the children in what happened during the years that Governor Belcher remained in the chair. At first, like Colonel Shute and Governor Burnet, he was engaged in disputing with the legislature about his salary. But as he found it impossible to get a fixed sum, he finally obtained the king's leave to accept whatever the legislature chose to give him. And thus the people triumphed, after this long contest, for the privilege of expending their own money as they saw fit. The remainder of Governor Belcher's term of office was principally taken up in endeavoring to settle the currency. Honest John Hull's pine tree shillings had long ago been worn out, or lost, or melted down again, and their place was supplied by bills of paper or parchment, which were nominally valued at 3d. and upwards. The value of these bills kept continually sinking, because the real hard money could not be obtained for them. They were a great deal worse than the old Indian currency of clamshells. These disorders of the circulating medium were a source of endless plague and perplexity to the rulers and legislators, not only in Governor Belcher's day, but for many years before and afterwards. Finally, the people suspected that Governor Belcher was secretly endeavoring to establish the Episcopal mode of worship in the provinces. There was enough of the old Puritan spirit remaining to cause most of the true sons of New England to look with horror upon such an attempt. Great exertions were made to induce the king to remove the governor. Accordingly, in 1740, he was compelled to resign his office, and Grandfather's chair into the bargain, to Mr. Shirley. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Provincial Muster. William Shirley, said Grandfather, had come from England a few years before, and begun to practice law in Boston. You will think, perhaps, as he had been a lawyer, the new governor used to sit in our great chair, reading heavy law books from morning till night. On the contrary, he was as stirring and active a governor as Massachusetts ever had. Even Sir William Phips hardly equaled him. The first year or two of his administration was spent in trying to regulate the currency. But in 1744, after a peace of more than 30 years, war broke out between France and England. "And I suppose," said Charley, "the governor went to take Canada." "Not exactly, Charley," said Grandfather, "though you have made a pretty shrewd conjecture. He planned, in 1745, an expedition against Louisbourg. This was a fortified city on the island of Cape Breton, near Nova Scotia. Its walls were of immense height and strength, and were defended by hundreds of heavy cannon. It was the strongest fortress which the French possessed in America, and if the King of France had guessed Governor Shirley's intentions, he would have sent all the ships he could muster to protect it. As the siege of Louisbourg was one of the most remarkable events that ever the inhabitants of New England were engaged in, Grandfather endeavored to give his auditors a lively idea of the spirit with which they set about it. We shall call his description the Provincial Muster. The expedition against Louisbourg first began to be thought of in the month of January. From that time, the governor's chair was continually surrounded by counsellors, representatives, clergymen, captains, pilots, and all manner of people, with whom he consulted about this wonderful project. First of all, it was necessary to provide men and arms. The legislature immediately sent out a huge quantity of paper money, with which, as if by magic spell, the governor hoped to get possession of all the old cannon, powder and balls, rusty swords and muskets, and everything else that would be serviceable in killing Frenchmen. Drums were beaten in all the villages of Massachusetts to enlist soldiers for the service. Messages were sent to the other governors of New England, and to New York and Pennsylvania, entreating them to unite in this crusade against the French. All these provinces agreed to give what assistance they could. But there was one very important thing to be decided. Who shall be the general of this great army? Peace had continued such an unusual length of time, that there was now less military experience among the colonists than at any former period. The old Puritans had always kept their weapons bright, and were never destitute of warlike captains, who were skilful in assault or defence. But the swords of their descendants had grown rusty by disuse. There was nobody in New England that knew anything about sieges, or any other regular fighting. The only person at all acquainted with warlike business were a few elderly men, who had hunted Indians through the underbrush of the forest, in old Governor Dummer's war. In this dilemma, Governor Shirley fixed upon a wealthy merchant, named William Pepperell, who was pretty well known and liked among the people. As to military skill, he had no more of it than his neighbors. But as the governor urged him pressingly, Mr. Pepperell consented to shut up his ledger, gird on a sword, and assume the title of general. Meantime, what a hubbub was raised by this scheme! Rub-a-dub-dub, rub-a-dub-dub. The rattle of drums, beaten out of all manner of time, was heard above every other sound. Nothing now was so valuable as arms, of whatever style and fashion they might be. The bellows blew and the hammer clanged continually upon the anvil, while the blacksmiths were repairing the broken weapons of other wars. Doubtless, some of the soldiers lugged out those enormous heavy muskets, which used to be fired with rests in the time of the early Puritans. Great horse pistols, too, were found, which would go off with a bang like a cannon. Old cannon with touch holes almost as big as their muzzles were looked upon as inestimable treasures. Pikes, which perhaps had been handled by Miles Standish's soldiers, now made their appearance again. Many a young man ransacked the garret, and brought forth his great-grandfather's sword, corroded with rust, and stained with the blood of King Philip's war. Never had there been such an arming as this, when a people so long peaceful rose to the war with the best weapons that they could lay their hands upon, and still the drums were heard, rub-a-dub-dub, rub-a-dub-dub, in all the towns and villages, and louder and more numerous grew the trampling footsteps of the recruits that marched behind. And now the army began to gather into Boston. Tall, lanky, awkward fellows came in squads, and companies, and regiments, swaggering along, dressed in their brown homespun clothes, and blue yarn stockings. They stooped as if they still had hold of the plough handles, and marched without any time or tune. Hither they came from the cornfields, from the clearing in the forest, from the blacksmith's forge, from the carpenter's workshop, and from the shoemaker's seat. They were an army of rough faces and sturdy frames. A trained officer of Europe would have laughed at them till his sides had ached. But there was a spirit in their bosoms which is more essential to soldiership than to wear red coats and march in stately ranks to the sound of regular music. Still was heard the beat of the drum, rub-a-dub-dub. And now a host of 3,000 or 4,000 men had found their way to Boston. Little quiet was there then. Forth scampered the schoolboys, shouting behind the drums. The whole town, the whole land, was on fire with war. After the arrival of the troops, they were probably reviewed upon the Common. We may imagine Governor Shirley and General Pepperell riding slowly along the line, while the drummers beat strange old tunes, like psalm tunes, and all the officers and soldiers put on their most warlike looks. It would have been a terrible sight for the Frenchmen, could they have but witnessed it. At length, on the 24th of March, 1745, the army gave a parting shout, and set sail from Boston in 10 or 12 vessels, which had been hired by the governor. A few days afterwards, an English fleet, commanded by Commodore Peter Warren, sailed also for Louisbourg to assist the Provincial army. So now, after all this bustle of preparation, the town and province were left in stillness and repose. But stillness and repose, at such a time of anxious expectation, are hard to bear. The hearts of the old people and women sunk within them, when they reflected what perils they had sent their sons and husbands and brothers to encounter. The boys loitered heavily to school, missing the rub-a-dub-dub and the trampling march, in the rear of which they had so lately run and shouted. All the ministers prayed earnestly in their pulpits for a blessing on the army of New England. In every family, when the good man lifted up his heart in domestic worship, The burden of his petition was for the safety of those dear ones who were fighting under the walls of Louisbourg. Governor Shirley, all this time, was probably in an ecstasy of impatience. He could not sit still for a moment. He found no quiet, not even in Grandfather's chair, but hurried to and fro, and up and down the staircase of the Province House. Now he mounted to the cupola, and looked seaward, straining his eyes to discover if there were a sail upon the horizon. Now he hastened down the stairs, and stood beneath the portal on the red freestone steps, to receive some mud-spattered courier, from whom he hoped to hear tidings of the army. A few weeks after the departure of the troops, Commodore Warren sent a small vessel to Boston, with 2 French prisoners. One of them was Monsieur Bouladrie, who had been commander of a battery outside of the walls of Louisbourg. The other was the Marquis de la Maison Forte, captain of a French frigate, which had been taken by Commodore Warren's fleet. These prisoners assured Governor Shirley that the fortifications of Louisbourg were far too strong ever to be stormed by the Provincial army. Day after day, and week after week, went on. The people grew almost heartsick with anxiety, for the flower of the country was at peril in this adventurous expedition. It was now daybreak on the morning of the 3rd of July. But hark! What sound is this? The hurried clang of a bell. There is the Old North pealing suddenly out. There the Old South strikes in. Now the peal comes from the church in Brattle Street. The bells of 9 or 10 steeples are all flinging their iron voices at once upon the morning breeze. Is it joy or alarm? There goes the roar of a cannon, too. A royal salute is thundered forth, and now we hear the loud exulting shout of a multitude assembled in the street. Huzza! Huzza! Louisbourg has surrendered! Huzza! "Oh, Grandfather, how glad I should have been to live in those times!" cried Charley. "And what reward did the king give to General Pepperell and Governor Shirley?" "He made Pepperell a baronet, so that he was now to be called Sir William Pepperell," replied Grandfather. "He likewise appointed both Pepperell and Shirley to be colonels in the royal army. These rewards and higher ones were well deserved; for this was the greatest triumph that the English met with in the whole course of that war. General Pepperell became a man of great fame. I have seen a full-length portrait of him, representing him in a splendid scarlet uniform, standing before the walls of Louisbourg, while several bombs are falling through the air." "But did the country gain any real good by the conquest of Louisbourg?" asked Laurence. "Or was all the benefit reaped by Pepperell and Shirley?" "The English Parliament," said Grandfather, "agreed to pay the colonists for all the expenses of the siege. Accordingly, in 1749, 215 chests of Spanish dollars, and 100 casks of copper coin, were brought from England to Boston. The whole amount was about $1 million. 27 carts and trucks carried this money from the wharf to the provincial treasury. Was not this a pretty liberal reward?" "The mothers of the young men who were killed at the siege of Louisbourg would not have thought it so," said Laurence. "No, Laurence," rejoined Grandfather; "and every warlike achievement involves an amount of physical and moral evil, for which all the gold in the Spanish mines would not be the slightest recompense. But we are to consider that this siege was one of the occasions on which the colonists tested their ability for war, and thus were prepared for the great contest of the Revolution. In that point of view, the valor of our forefathers was its own reward." Grandfather went on to say, that the success of the expedition against Louisbourg induced Shirley and Pepperell to form a scheme for conquering Canada. This plan, however, was not carried into execution. In the year 1746, great terror was excited by the arrival of a formidable French fleet upon the coast. It was commanded by the Duke d'Anville, and consisted of 40 ships of war, besides vessels with soldiers on board. With this force, the French intended to retake Louisbourg, and afterwards to ravage the whole of New England. Many people were ready to give up the country for lost. But the hostile fleet met with so many disasters and losses, by storm and shipwreck, that the Duke d'Anville is said to have poisoned himself in despair. The officer next in command threw himself upon his sword and perished. Thus deprived of their commanders, the remainder of the ships returned to France. This was as great a deliverance for New England as that which Old England had experienced in the days of Queen Elizabeth, when the Spanish Armada was wrecked upon her coast. "In 1747," proceeded Grandfather, "Governor Shirley was driven from the Province House, not by a hostile fleet and army, but by a mob of the Boston people. They were so incensed at the conduct of the British Commodore Knowles, who had impressed some of their fellow citizens, that several thousands of them surrounded the council chamber, and threw stones and brickbats into the windows. The governor attempted to pacify them, but not succeeding, he thought it necessary to leave the town, and take refuge within the walls of Castle William. Quiet was not restored until Commodore Knowles had sent back the impressed men. This affair was a flash of spirit, that might have warned the English not to venture upon any oppressive measures against their colonial brethren. Peace being declared between France and England in 1748, the governor had now an opportunity to sit at his ease in Grandfather's chair. Such repose, however, appears not to have suited his disposition; for, in the following year, he went to England, and thence was dispatched to France on public business. Meanwhile, as Shirley had not resigned his office, Lieutenant Governor Phips acted as chief magistrate in his stead. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Acadian Exiles. In the early twilight of Thanksgiving Eve, came Laurence and Clara and Charley and little Alice, hand in hand, and stood in a semicircle round Grandfather's chair. They had been joyous throughout that day of festivity, mingling together in all kinds of play, so that the house had echoed with their airy mirth. Grandfather, too, had been happy, though not mirthful. He felt that this was to be set down as one of the good Thanksgivings of his life. In truth, all his former Thanksgivings had borne their part in the present one. For his years of infancy and youth and manhood, with their blessings and their griefs, had flitted before him, while he sat silently in the great chair. Vanished scenes had been pictured in the air. The forms of departed friends had visited him. Voices to be heard no more on earth had sent an echo from the infinite and the eternal. These shadows, if such they were, seemed almost as real to him as what was actually present, as the merry shouts and laughter of the children, as their figures dancing like sunshine before his eyes. He felt that the past was not taken from him. The happiness of former days was a possession forever, and there was something in the mingled sorrow of his lifetime that became akin to happiness, after being long treasured in the depths of his heart. There it underwent a change, and grew more precious than pure gold. And now came the children, somewhat aweary with their wild play, and sought the quiet enjoyment of Grandfather's talk. The good old gentleman rubbed his eyes, and smiled round upon them all. He was glad, as most aged people are, to find that he was yet of consequence, and could give pleasure to the world. After being so merry all day long, these children desired to hear his sober talk. Oh, then old Grandfather had yet a place to fill among living men, or, at least, among boys and girls. "Begin quick, Grandfather," cried little Alice, "for Pussy wants to hear you." And truly, our yellow friend, the cat, lay upon the hearth rug, basking in the warmth of the fire, pricking up her ears, and turning her head from the children to Grandfather, and from Grandfather to the children, as if she felt herself very sympathetic with them all. A loud purr, like the singing of a tea kettle, or the hum of a spinning wheel, testified that she was as comfortable and happy as a cat could be. For Puss had feasted, and therefore, like Grandfather and the children, had kept a good Thanksgiving. "Does Pussy want to hear me?" said Grandfather, smiling. "Well, we must please Pussy, if we can." And so he took up the history of the chair, from the epoch of the peace of 1748. By one of the provisions of the treaty, Louisbourg, which the New Englanders had been at so much pains to take, was restored to the king of France. The French were afraid that unless their colony should be better defended than heretofore, another war might deprive them of the whole. Almost as soon as peace was declared, therefore, they began to build strong fortifications in the interior of North America. It was strange to behold these warlike castles on the banks of solitary lakes, and far in the midst of woods. The Indian, paddling his birch canoe on Lake Champlain, looked up at the high ramparts of Ticonderoga, stone piled on stone, bristling with cannon, and the white flag of France floating above. There were similar fortifications on Lake Ontario, and near the great falls of Niagara, and at the sources of the Ohio River; and all around these forts and castles lay the eternal forest, and the roll of the drum died away in those deep solitudes. The truth was, that the French intended to build forts all the way from Canada to Louisiana. They would then have a wall of military strength at the back of the English settlements, so as to completely hem them in. The king of England considered the building of these forts as a sufficient cause of war, which was accordingly commenced in 1754. Governor Shirley, said Grandfather, had returned to Boston in 1753. While in Paris, he had married a second wife, a young French girl, and now brought her to the Province House. But when war was breaking out, it was impossible for such a bustling man to stay quietly at home, sitting in our old chair with his wife and children round about him. He therefore obtained a command in the English forces. "And what did Sir William Pepperell do?" asked Charley. "He stayed at home," said Grandfather, "and was general of the militia." The veteran regiments of the English army, which were now sent across the Atlantic, would have scorned to fight under the orders of an old American merchant. And now began what aged people call the Old French War. It would be going too far astray from the history of our chair to tell you one half of the battles that were fought. I cannot even allow myself to describe the bloody defeat of General Braddock, near the sources of the Ohio River, in 1755. But I must not omit to mention that when the English general was mortally wounded and his army routed, the remains of it was preserved by the skill and valor of George Washington. At the mention of this illustrious name, the children started, as if a sudden sunlight had gleamed upon the history of their country, now that the great deliverer had arisen above the horizon. Among the events of the Old French War, Grandfather thought that there was none more interesting than the removal of the inhabitants of Acadia. From the first settlement of this ancient province of the French in 1604, until the present time, its people could scarcely ever know what kingdom held dominion over them. They were a peaceful race, taking no delight in warfare, and caring nothing for military renown. And yet, in every war, their region was infested with iron-hearted soldiers, both French and English, who fought one another for the privilege of ill-treating these poor harmless Acadians. Sometimes the treaty of peace made them subjects of one king, sometimes of another. At the peace of 1748, Acadia had been ceded to England, but the French still claimed a large portion of it, and built forts for its defence. In 1755, these forts were taken, and the whole of Acadia was conquered by 3,000 men from Massachusetts, under the command of General Winslow. The inhabitants were accused of supplying the French with provisions, and of doing other things that violated their neutrality. "These accusations were probably true," observed Grandfather; "for the Acadians were descended from the French, and had the same friendly feelings toward them that the people of Massachusetts had for the English. But their punishment was severe. The English determined to tear these poor people from their native homes, and scatter them abroad. The Acadians were about 7,000 in number. A considerable part of them were made prisoners, and transported to the English colonies. All their dwellings and churches were burnt, their cattle were killed, and the whole country laid waste, so that none of them might find shelter or food in their old homes, after the departure of the English. 1,000 of the prisoners were sent to Massachusetts, and Grandfather allowed his fancy to follow them thither, and tried to give his auditors an idea of their situation. We shall call this passage the story of the Acadian Exiles. A sad day it was for the poor Acadians, when the armed soldiers drove them, at the point of the bayonet, down to the sea-shore. Very sad were they, likewise, while tossing upon the ocean, in the crowded transport vessels. But methinks it must have been sadder still, when they were landed on the Long Wharf in Boston, and left to themselves on a foreign strand. Then, probably, they huddled together, and looked into one another's faces, for comfort which was not there. Hitherto, they had been confined on board of separate vessels, so that they could not tell whether their relatives and friends were prisoners along with them. But now, at least, they could tell that many had been left behind, or transported to other regions. Now, a desolate wife might be heard calling for her husband. He, alas, had gone, she knew not whither, or perhaps had fled into the woods of Acadia, and had now returned to weep over the ashes of their dwelling. An aged widow was crying out in a querulous, lamentable tone, for her son, whose affectionate toil had supported her for many a year. He was not in the crowd of exiles; and what could this aged widow do but sink down and die? Young men and maidens, whose hearts had been torn asunder by separation, had hoped during the voyage to meet their beloved ones at its close. Now they began to feel that they were separated forever; and perhaps a lonesome little girl, a golden-haired child of 5 years old, the very picture of our little Alice, was weeping and wailing for her mother, and found not a soul to give her a kind word. Oh, how many broken bonds of affection were here! Country lost, friends lost, their rural wealth of cottage, field, and herds, all lost together. Every tie between these poor exiles and the world seemed to be cut off at once. They must have regretted that they had not died before their exile, for even the English would not have been so pitiless as to deny them graves in their native soil. The dead were happy, for they were not exiles. While they thus stood upon the wharf, the curiosity and inquisitiveness of the New England people would naturally lead them into the midst of the poor Acadians. Prying busybodies thrust their heads into the circle, wherever two or three of the exiles were conversing together. How puzzled did they look at the outlandish sound of the French tongue! There were seen the New England women, too. They had just come out of their warm, safe homes, where everything was regular and comfortable, and where their husbands and children would be with them at nightfall. Surely they could pity the wretched wives and mothers of Acadia. Or did the sign of the cross, which the Acadians continually made upon their breasts, and which was abhorred by the descendants of the Puritans, did that sign exclude all pity? Among the spectators, too, was the noisy brood of Boston schoolboys, who came running with laughter and shouts, to gaze at this crowd of oddly dressed foreigners. At first they danced and capered around them, full of merriment and mischief. But the despair of the Acadians soon had its effect upon these thoughtless lads, and melted them into tearful sympathy. At a little distance from the throng might be seen the wealthy and pompous merchants, whose warehouses stood on Long Wharf. It was difficult to touch these rich men's hearts, for they had all the comforts of the world at their command, and when they walked abroad, their feelings were seldom moved, except by the roughness of the pavement, irritating their gouty toes. Leaning upon their gold-headed canes, they watched the scene with an aspect of composure. But let us hope they distributed some of their superfluous coin among these hapless exiles, to purchase food and a night's lodging. After standing a long time at the end of the wharf, gazing seaward, as if to catch a glimpse of their lost Acadia, the strangers began to stray into the town. They went, we will suppose, in parties and groups, here 100, there a score, there 10, there 3 or 4, who possessed some bond of unity among themselves. Here and there was one, who, utterly desolate, stole away by himself, seeking no companionship. Whither did they go? I imagine them wandering about the streets, telling the townspeople, in outlandish, unintelligible words, that no earthly affliction ever equaled what had befallen them. Man's brotherhood with man was sufficient to make the New Englanders understand this language. The strangers wanted food. Some of them sought hospitality at the doors of the stately mansions, which then stood in the vicinity of Hanover Street and North Square. Others were applicants at the humble wooden tenements, where dwelt the petty shopkeepers and mechanics. Pray Heaven that no family in Boston turned one of these poor exiles from their door! It would be a reproach upon New England, a crime worthy of heavy retribution, if the aged women and children, or even the strong men, were allowed to feel the pinch of hunger. Perhaps some of the Acadians, in their aimless wanderings through the town, found themselves near a large brick edifice, which was fenced in from the street by an iron railing wrought with fantastic figures. They saw a flight of red freestone steps, ascending to a portal, above which was a balcony and balustrade. Misery and desolation give men the right of free passage everywhere. Let us suppose, then, that they mounted the flight of steps, and passed into the Province House. Making their way into one of the apartments, they beheld a richly clad gentleman, seated in a stately chair, with gilding upon the carved work of its back, and a gilded lion's head at the summit. This was Governor Shirley, meditating upon matters of war and state, in Grandfather's chair. If such an incident did happen, surely reflecting what a ruin of peaceful, humble hopes had been wrought by the cold policy of the statesman and the iron hand of the warrior, might have drawn a deep moral from it. It should have taught him that the poor man's hearth is sacred, and that armies and nations have no right to violate it. It should have made him feel that England's triumph and increased dominion could not compensate to mankind, nor atone to Heaven, for the ashes of a single Acadian cottage. But it is not thus that statesmen and warriors moralize. "Grandfather," cried Laurence, with emotion trembling in his voice, "did iron-hearted war itself ever do so hard and cruel a thing as this before?" "You have read in history, Laurence, of whole regions wantonly laid waste," said Grandfather. "In the removal of the Acadians, the troops were guilty of no cruelty or outrage, except what was inseparable from the measure." Little Alice, whose eyes had all along been brimming full of tears, now burst forth a-sobbing; for Grandfather had touched her sympathies more than he intended. "To think of a whole people homeless in the world!" said Clara, with moistened eyes. "There never was anything so sad." "It was their own fault!" cried Charley, energetically. "Why did not they fight for the country where they were born? Then, if the worst had happened, they could only have been killed and buried there. They would not have been exiles then." "Certainly their lot was as hard as death," said Grandfather. "All that could be done for them in the English provinces was to send them to the almshouses, or bind them out to taskmasters; and this was the fate of persons who had possessed a comfortable property in their native country. Some of them found means to embark for France; but, though it was the land of their forefathers, it must have been a foreign land to them. Those who remained behind always cherished a belief that the king of France would never make peace with England, till his poor Acadians were restored their country and their homes." "And did he?" inquired Clara. "Alas, my dear Clara," said Grandfather, "it is improbable that the slightest whisper of the woes of Acadia ever reached the ears of Louis XV. The exiles grew old in the British provinces, and never saw Acadia again. Their descendants remain among us, to this day. They have forgotten the language of their ancestors, and probably retain no tradition of their misfortunes. But methinks, if I were an American poet, I would choose Acadia for the subject of my song." Since Grandfather first spoke these words, the most famous of American poets has drawn sweet tears from all of us, by his beautiful poem of Evangeline. And now, having thrown a gentle gloom around the Thanksgiving fireside, by a story that made the children feel the blessing of a secure and peaceful hearth, Grandfather put off the other events of the old French war till the next evening. Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the twilight of the succeeding eve, when the red beams of the fire were dancing upon the wall, The children besought Grandfather to tell them what had happened next to the old chair. "Our chair," said Grandfather, "stood all this time in the Province House. But Governor Shirley had seldom an opportunity to repose within its arms. He was leading his troops through the forest, or sailing in a flatboat on Lake Ontario, or sleeping in his tent, while the awful cataract of Niagara sent its roar through his dreams. At one period, in the early part of the war, Shirley had the chief command of all the king's forces in America." "Did his young wife go with him to the war?" asked Clara. "I rather imagine," replied Grandfather, "that she remained in Boston. This lady, I suppose, had our chair all to herself, and used to sit in it during those brief intervals when a young Frenchwoman can be quiet enough to sit in a chair. The people of Massachusetts were never fond of Governor Shirley's young French wife. They had a suspicion that she betrayed the military plans of the English to the generals of the French armies." "And was it true?" inquired Clara. "Probably not," said Grandfather. "But the mere suspicion did Shirley a great deal of harm. Partly, perhaps, for this reason, but much more on account of his inefficiency as a general, he was deprived of his command in 1756, and recalled to England. He never afterwards made any figure in public life. As Grandfather's chair had no locomotive properties, and did not even run on castors, it cannot be supposed to have marched in person to the old French war. But Grandfather delayed its momentous history, while he touched briefly upon some of the bloody battles, sieges, and onslaughts, the tidings of which kept continually coming to the ears of the old inhabitants of Boston. The woods of the north were populous with fighting men. All the Indian tribes uplifted their tomahawks, and took part either with the French or English. The rattle of musketry and roar of cannon disturbed the ancient quiet of the forest, and actually drove the bears and other wild beasts to the more cultivated portion of the country, in the vicinity of the seaports. The children felt as if they were transported back to those forgotten times, and that the couriers from the army, with the news of a battle lost or won, might even now be heard galloping through the streets. Grandfather told them about the battle of Lake George, in 1755, when the gallant Colonel Williams, a Massachusetts officer, was slain with many of his countrymen. But General Johnson and General Lyman, with their army, drove back the enemy, and mortally wounded the French leader, who was called the Baron Dieskau. A gold watch, pilfered from the poor baron, is still in existence, and still marks each moment of time, without complaining of weariness, although its hands have been in motion ever since the hour of battle. In the first years of the war, there were many disasters on the English side. Among these was the loss of Fort Oswego, in 1756, and of Fort William Henry, in the following year. But the greatest misfortune that befell the English, during the whole war, was the repulse of General Abercrombie, with his army, from the ramparts of Ticonderoga, in 1758. He attempted to storm the walls, but a terrible conflict ensued, in which more than 2,000 Englishmen and New Englanders were killed or wounded. The slain soldiers now lie buried around the ancient fortress. When the plow passes over the soil, it turns up here and there a mouldering bone. Up to this period, none of the English generals had shown any military talent. Shirley, the Earl of Loudon, and General Abercrombie, had each held the chief command at different times. But not one of them had won a single important triumph for the British arms. This ill success was not owing to the want of means; for in 1758, General Abercrombie had 50,000 soldiers under his command. But the French general, the famous Marquis de Montcalm, possessed a great genius for war, and had something within him that taught him how battles were to be won. At length, in 1759, Sir Jeffrey Amherst was appointed commander-in-chief of all the British forces in America. He was a man of ability, and a skilful soldier. A plan was now formed for accomplishing that object which had so long been the darling wish of the New Englanders, and which their fathers had so many times attempted. This was the conquest of Canada. 3 separate armies were to enter Canada from different quarters. One of the 3, commanded by General Prideaux, was to embark on Lake Ontario, and proceed to Montreal. The second, at the head of which was Sir Jeffrey Amherst himself, was destined to reach the river St. Lawrence by the way of Lake Champlain, and then go down the river to meet the third army. This last, led by General Wolfe, was to enter the St. Lawrence from the sea, and ascend the river to Quebec. It is to Wolfe and his army that England owes one of the most splendid triumphs ever written in her history. Grandfather described the siege of Quebec, and told how Wolfe led his soldiers up a rugged and lofty precipice, that rose from the shore of the river to the plain on which the city stood. This bold adventure was achieved in the darkness of night. At daybreak, tidings were carried to the Marquis de Montcalm, that the English army was waiting to give him battle on the Plains of Abraham. This brave French general ordered his drums to strike up, and immediately marched to encounter Wolfe. He marched to his own death. The battle was the most fierce and terrible that had ever been fought in America. General Wolfe was at the head of his soldiers, and while encouraging them onward, received a mortal wound. He reclined against a stone, in the agonies of death; but it seemed as if his spirit could not pass away, while the fight yet raged so doubtfully. Suddenly a shout came pealing across the battlefield: "They flee! They flee!" And for a moment Wolfe lifted his languid head. "Who flee?" he inquired. "The French," replied an officer. "Then I die satisfied," said Wolfe, and expired in the arms of victory. "If ever a warrior's death were glorious, Wolfe's was so," said Grandfather; and his eye kindled, though he was a man of peaceful thoughts and gentle spirit. His life blood streamed to baptize the soil which he had added to the dominion of Britain. His dying breath was mingled with his army's shout of victory. "Oh, it was a good death to die!" cried Charley, with glistening eyes. "Was it not a good death, Laurence?" Laurence made no reply, for his heart burned within him, as the picture of Wolfe, dying on the blood-stained field of victory, arose to his imagination. And yet he had a deep inward consciousness, that, after all, there was a truer glory than could thus be won. "There were other battles in Canada, after Wolfe's victory," resumed Grandfather; "but we may consider the old French war as having terminated with this great event. The treaty of peace, however, was not signed until 1763. The terms of the treaty were very disadvantageous to the French; for all Canada, and all Acadia, and the island of Cape Breton, in short, all the territories that France and England had been fighting about for nearly 100 years, were surrendered to the English. So now, at last," said Laurence, "New England had gained her wish. Canada was taken." "And now there was nobody to fight with but the Indians," said Charley. Grandfather mentioned two other important events. The first was the great fire of Boston, in 1700, when the glare from nearly 300 buildings, all in flames at once, shone through the windows of the Province House, and threw a fiery lustre upon the gilded foliage and lion's head of our old chair. The second event was the proclamation, in the same year, of George the Third as King of Great Britain. The blast of the trumpet sounded from the balcony of the town house, and awoke the echoes far and wide, as if to challenge all mankind to dispute King George's title. 7 times, as the successive monarchs of Britain ascended the throne, the trumpet peal of proclamation had been heard by those who sat in our venerable chair. But when the next king put on his father's crown, no trumpet peal proclaimed it to New England. Long before that day, America had shaken off the royal government. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10, of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Now that Grandfather had fought through the old French war, in which our chair made no very distinguished figure, he thought it high time to tell the children some of the more private history of that praiseworthy old piece of furniture. "In 1757," said Grandfather, "after Shirley had been summoned to England, Thomas Pownall was appointed governor of Massachusetts. He was a gay and fashionable English gentleman, who had spent much of his life in London, but had a considerable acquaintance with America. The new governor appears to have taken no active part in the war that was going on, although, at one period, he talked of marching against the enemy at the head of his company of cadets. But on the whole, he probably concluded that it was more befitting a governor to remain quietly in our chair, reading the newspapers and official documents." "Did the people like Pownall?" asked Charley. "They found no fault with him," replied Governor. "It was no time to quarrel with the governor, when the utmost harmony was required in order to defend the country against the French. But Pownall did not remain long in Massachusetts. In 1759, he was sent to be governor of South Carolina. In thus exchanging one government for another, I suppose he felt no regret, except at the necessity of leaving Grandfather's chair behind him." "He might have taken it to South Carolina," observed Clara. "It appears to me," said Laurence, giving rein to his fancy, "that the fate of this ancient chair was somehow or other mysteriously connected with the fortunes of old Massachusetts. If Governor Pownall had put it aboard the vessel in which he sailed for South Carolina, she would probably have lain windbound in Boston harbor. It was ordained that the chair should not be taken away. Don't you think so, Grandfather?" "It was kept here for Grandfather and me to sit in together," said little Alice, "and for Grandfather to tell stories about." "And Grandfather is very glad of such a companion, and such a theme," said the old gentleman, with a smile. "Well, Laurence, if our oaken chair, like the wooden Palladium of Troy, was connected with the country's fate, yet there appears to have been no supernatural obstacle to its removal from the Province House. In 1760, Sir Francis Bernard, who had been the governor of New Jersey, was appointed to the same office in Massachusetts. He looked at the old chair, and thought it quite too shabby to keep company with a new set of mahogany chairs, and an aristocratic sofa, which had just arrived from London. He therefore ordered it to be put away in the garret." The children were loud in their exclamations against this irreverent conduct of Sir Francis Bernard; but Grandfather defended him as well as he could. He observed that it was then 30 years since the chair had been beautified by Governor Belcher. Most of the gilding was worn off by the frequent scourings which it had undergone beneath the hands of a black slave. The damask cushion, once so splendid, was now squeezed out of all shape, and absolutely in tatters. So many were the ponderous gentlemen who had deposited their weight upon it during these 30 years. Moreover, at a council held by the Earl of Loudon with the governors of New England in 1757, his lordship, in a moment of passion, had kicked over the chair with his military boot. By this unprovoked and unjustifiable act, our venerable friend had suffered a fracture of one of its rungs. "But," said Grandfather, "our chair, after all, was not destined to spend the remainder of its days in the inglorious obscurity of a garret. Thomas Hutchinson, lieutenant governor of the province, was told of Sir Francis Bernard's design. This gentleman was more familiar with the history of New England than any other man alive. He knew all the adventures and vicissitudes through which the old chair had passed, and could have told, as accurately as your own grandfather, who were the personages that had occupied it. Often, while visiting at the Province House, he had eyed the chair with admiration, and felt a longing desire to become the possessor of it. He now waited upon Sir Francis Bernard, and easily obtained leave to carry it home. "And I hope," said Clara, "he had it varnished and gilded anew." "No," answered Grandfather. "What Mr. Hutchinson desired was to restore the chair, as much as possible, to its original aspect, such as it had appeared when it was first made out of the Earl of Lincoln's oak tree. For this purpose, he ordered it to be well scoured with soap and sand, and polished with wax, and then provided it with a substantial leather cushion. When all was completed to his mind, he sat down in the old chair, and began to write his History of Massachusetts." "Oh, that was a bright thought in Mr. Hutchinson!" exclaimed Laurence. "And no doubt the dim figures of the former possessors of the chair flitted around him as he wrote, and inspired him with a knowledge of all that they had once done and suffered while on earth." "Why, my dear Laurence," replied Grandfather, smiling, "if Mr. Hutchinson was favored with any such extraordinary inspiration, he made but poor use of it in his history. For a duller piece of composition never came from any man's pen. However, he was accurate, at least, though far from possessing the brilliance or philosophy of Mr. Bancroft." "But if Hutchinson knew the history of the chair," rejoined Laurence, "his heart must have been stirred by it." "It must, indeed," said Grandfather. "It would be entertaining and instructive, at the present day, to imagine what were Mr. Hutchinson's thoughts, as he looked back upon the long vista of events with which this chair was so remarkably connected." And Grandfather allowed his fancy to shape out an image of Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, sitting in an evening reverie by his fireside, and meditating on the changes that had slowly passed around the chair. A devoted monarchist, Hutchinson would heave no sigh for the subversion of the original republican government, the purest that the world had seen, with which the colony began its existence. While reverencing the grim and stern old Puritans as the founders of his native land, he would not wish to recall them from their graves, nor to awaken again that king-resisting spirit, which he imagined to be laid asleep with them forever. Winthrop, Dudley, Bellingham, Endicott, Leverett, and Bradstreet, all these had had their day. Ages might come and go, but never again would the people's suffrage place a republican governor in their ancient chair of state. Coming down to the epoch of the second charter, Hutchinson thought of the ship carpenter Phips, springing from the lowest of the people, and attaining to the loftiest station in the land. But he smiled to perceive that this governor's example would awaken no turbulent ambition in the lower orders; for it was a king's gracious boon alone that had made the ship carpenter a ruler. Hutchinson rejoiced to mark the gradual growth of an aristocratic class, to whom the common people, as in duty bound, were learning humbly to resign the honors, emoluments, and authority of state. He saw, or else deceived himself, that throughout this epoch, the people's disposition to self-government had been growing weaker, through long disuse, and now existed only as a faint traditionary feeling. The lieutenant governor's reverie had now come down to the period at which he himself was sitting in the historic chair. He endeavored to throw his glance forward over the coming years. There, probably, he saw visions of hereditary rank for himself and other aristocratic colonists. He saw the fertile fields of New England portioned out among a few great landholders, and descending by entail from generation to generation. He saw the people a race of tenantry dependent on their lords. He saw stars, garters, coronets, and castles. "But," added Grandfather, turning to Laurence, "the lieutenant governor's castles were built nowhere but among the red embers of the fire before which he was sitting. And, just as he had constructed a baronial residence for himself and his posterity, the fire rolled down upon the hearth, and crumbled it to ashes." Grandfather now looked at his watch, which hung within a beautiful little ebony temple, supported by 4 Ionic columns. He then laid his hand on the golden locks of little Alice, whose head had sunk down upon the arm of our illustrious chair. "To bed, dear child," said he. "Grandfather has put you to sleep already by his stories about these famous old people." Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 1 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the evening of New Year's Day, Grandfather was walking to and fro across the carpet, listening to the rain, which beat hard against the curtained windows. The riotous blast shook the casement, as if a strong man were striving to force his entrance into the comfortable room. With every puff of the wind, the fire leaped upward from the hearth, laughing and rejoicing at the shrieks of the wintry storm. Meanwhile, Grandfather's chair stood in its customary place by the fireside. The bright blaze gleamed upon the fantastic figures of its oaken back, and shone through the open work, so that a complete pattern was thrown upon the opposite side of the room. Sometimes, for a moment or two, the shadow remained immovable, as if it were painted on the wall. Then, all at once, it began to quiver and leap, and dance with a frisky motion. Anon, seeming to remember that these antics were unworthy of such a dignified and venerable chair, it suddenly stood still. But soon it began to dance anew. "Only see how Grandfather's chair is dancing!" cried little Alice. And she ran to the wall, and tried to catch hold of the flickering shadow; for to children of 5 years old, a shadow seems almost as real as a substance. "I wish," said Clara, "Grandfather would sit down in the chair, and finish its history." If the children had been looking at Grandfather, they would have noticed that he paused in his walk across the room, when Clara made this remark. The kind old gentleman was ready and willing to resume his stories of departed times, but he had resolved to wait till his auditors should request him to proceed, in order that they might find the instructive history of the chair a pleasure and not a task. "Grandfather," said Charley, I am tired to death of this dismal rain, and of hearing the wind roar in the chimney. I have had no good time all day. It would be better to hear stories about the chair than to sit doing nothing and thinking of nothing." To say the truth, our friend Charlie was very much out of humor with the storm, because it had kept him all day within doors, and hindered him from making trial of a splendid sled which Grandfather had given him for a New Year's gift. As all sleds nowadays must have a name, the one in question had been honored with the title of Grandfather's chair, which was painted in golden letters on each of the sides. Charlie greatly admired the construction of the new vehicle, and felt certain that it would outstrip any other sled that ever dashed adown the slopes of the common. As for Laurence, he happened to be thinking, just at this moment, about the history of the chair. Kind old Grandfather had made him a present of a volume of engraved portraits, representing the features of eminent and famous people of all countries. Among them, Laurence found several who had formerly occupied our chair, or been connected with its adventures. While Grandfather walked to and fro across the room, the imaginative boy was gazing at the historic chair. He endeavored to summon up the portraits which he had seen in his volume, and to place them, like living figures, in the empty seat. "The old chair has begun another year of its existence to-day," said Laurence. "We must make haste, or it will have a new history to be told before we finish the old one." "Yes, my children," replied Grandfather, with a smile and a sigh. "Another year has been added to those of the 2 centuries and upward, which have passed since the Lady Arbella brought this chair over from England. It is 3 times as old as your grandfather. But a year makes no impression on its oaken frame, while it bends the old man nearer and nearer to the earth. So let me go on with my stories while I may." Accordingly, Grandfather came to the fireside, and seated himself in the venerable chair. The lion's head looked down with a grimly good-natured aspect, as the children clustered around the old gentleman's knees. It almost seemed as if a real lion were peeping over the back of the chair, and smiling at the group of auditors with a sort of lion-like complacence. Little Alice, whose fancy often inspired her with singular ideas, exclaimed that the lion's head was nodding at her, and that it looked as if it were going to open its wide jaws and tell a story. But, as the lion's head appeared to be in no haste to speak, and as there was no record or tradition of its having spoken during the whole existence of the chair, Grandfather did not consider it worth while to wait. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Charlie, my boy," said Grandfather, Do you remember who was the last occupant of the chair?" "It was Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson," answered Charley. Sir Francis Bernard, the new governor, had given him the chair, instead of putting it away in the garret of the Province House; and when we took leave of Hutchinson, he was sitting by his fireside, and thinking of the past adventures of the chair, and of what was to come. "Very well," said Grandfather. "And you recollect that it was in 1763, or thereabouts, at the close of the old French war. Now that you may fully comprehend the remaining adventures of the chair, I must make some brief remarks on the situation and character of the New England colonies at this period." So Grandfather spoke of the earnest loyalty of our fathers during the old French war, and after the conquest of Canada had brought that war to a triumphant close. The people loved and reverenced the King of England, even more than if the ocean had not rolled its waves between him and them; for, at the distance of 3,000 miles, they could not discover his bad qualities and imperfections. Their love was increased by the dangers which they had encountered, in order to heighten his glory and extend his dominion. Throughout the war, the American colonists had fought side by side with the soldiers of Old England, and nearly 30,000 young men had laid down their lives for the honor of King George; and the survivors loved him the better, because they had done and suffered so much for his sake. But there were some circumstances that caused America to feel more independent of England than at an earlier period. Canada and Acadia had now become British provinces, and our fathers were no longer afraid of the bands of French and Indians who used to assault them in old times. For a century and a half, this had been the great terror of New England. Now the old French soldier was driven from the north forever; and even had it been otherwise, the English colonies were growing so populous and powerful, that they might have felt fully able to protect themselves without any help from England. There were thoughtful and sagacious men who began to doubt whether a great country like America would always be content to remain under the government of an island 3,000 miles away. This was the more doubtful, because the English Parliament had long ago made laws which were intended to be very beneficial to England at the expense of America. By these laws, the colonists were forbidden to manufacture articles for their own use, or to carry on trade with any nation but the English. "Now," continued Grandfather, If King George the Third and his counsellors had considered these things wisely, they would have taken another course than they did. But when they saw how rich and populous the colonies had grown, their first thought was, how they might make more profit out of them than heretofore. England was enormously in debt at the close of the old French war, and it was pretended that this debt had been contracted for the defence of the American colonies, and that therefore a part of it ought to be paid by them. "Why, this was nonsense!" exclaimed Charley. "Did not our fathers spend their lives and their money, too, to get Canada for King George?" "True, they did," said Grandfather, "and they told the English rulers so. But the king and his ministers would not listen to good advice. In 1765, the British Parliament passed a Stamp Act." "What was that?" inquired Charley. "The Stamp Act," replied Grandfather, "was a law by which all deeds, bonds, and other papers of the same kind, were ordered to be marked with the king's stamp, and without this mark they were declared illegal and void. Now, in order to get a blank sheet of paper with the king's stamp upon it, people were obliged to pay 3d. more than the actual value of the paper; and this extra sum of 3d. was a tax, and was to be paid into the king's treasury." "I am sure 3d. was not worth quarrelling about," remarked Clara. "It was not for 3d., nor for any amount of money, that America quarrelled with England," replied Grandfather. "It was for a great principle. The colonists were determined not to be taxed, except by their own representatives. They said that neither the king and Parliament, nor any other power on earth, had a right to take their money out of their pockets, unless they freely gave it; and rather than pay 3d. when it was unjustly demanded, they resolved to sacrifice all the wealth of the country, and their lives along with it. They therefore made a stubborn resistance to the Stamp Act." "That was noble!" exclaimed Laurence. "I understand how it was. If they had quietly paid this tax of 3d., they would have ceased to be freemen, and would have become tributaries of England. And so they contended about a great question of right and wrong, and put everything at stake for it." "You are right, Laurence," said Grandfather. "And it was really amazing and terrible to see what a change came over the aspect of the people, the moment the English Parliament had passed this oppressive act. The former history of our chair, my children, has given you some idea of what a harsh, unyielding, stern set of men the old Puritans were. For a good many years back, however, it had seemed as if these characteristics were disappearing. But no sooner did England offer wrong to the colonies, than the descendants of the early settlers proved that they had the same kind of temper as their forefathers. The moment before, New England appeared like a humble and loyal subject of the crown. The next instant, she showed the grim, dark features of an old king-resisting Puritan. Grandfather spoke briefly of the public measures that were taken in opposition to the Stamp Act. As this law affected all the American colonies alike, it naturally led them to think of consulting together in order to procure its repeal. For this purpose, the legislature of Massachusetts proposed that delegates from every colony should meet in Congress. Accordingly, 9 colonies, both northern and southern, sent delegates to the city of New York. "And did they consult about going to war with England?" asked Charley. "No, Charley," answered Grandfather. "A great deal of talking was yet to be done before England and America could come to blows. The Congress stated the rights and the grievances of the colonists. They sent a humble petition to the king, and a memorial to the Parliament, beseeching that the Stamp Act be repealed. This was all that the delegates had it in their power to do." "They might as well have stayed at home, then," said Charley. "By no means," replied Grandfather. "It was a most important and memorable event, this first coming together of the American people by their representatives from the North and South. If England had been wise, she would have trembled at the first word that was spoken in such an assembly. These remonstrances and petitions, as Grandfather observed, were the work of grave, thoughtful, and prudent men. Meantime, the young and hot-headed people went to work in their own way. It is probable that the petitions of Congress would have had little or no effect on the British statesmen, if the violent deeds of the American people had not shown how much excited the people were. Liberty Tree was soon heard of in England. "What was Liberty Tree?" inquired Clara. "It was an old elm tree," answered Grandfather, "which stood near the corner of Essex Street, opposite the Boylston Market. Under the spreading branches of this great tree, the people used to assemble, whenever they wished to express their feelings and opinions. Thus, after a while, it seemed as if the liberty of the country was connected with Liberty Tree." "It was glorious fruit for a tree to bear," remarked Laurence. "It bore strange fruit sometimes," said Grandfather. "One morning, in August, 1765, 2 figures were found hanging on the sturdy branches of Liberty Tree. They were dressed in square-skirted coats and small clothes, and as their wigs hung down over their faces, they looked like real men. One was intended to represent the Earl of Bute, who was supposed to have advised the king to tax America. The other was meant for the effigy of Andrew Oliver, a gentleman belonging to one of the most respectable families in Massachusetts." "What harm had he done?" inquired Charley. "The king had appointed him to be distributor of the stamps," answered Grandfather. Mr. Oliver would have made a great deal of money by this business; but the people frightened him so much by hanging him in effigy, and afterwards by breaking into his house, that he promised to have nothing to do with the stamps; and all the king's friends throughout America were compelled to make the same promise. Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of True Stories from History and Biography, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hutchinson Mob. Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, continued Grandfather, now began to be unquiet in our old chair. He had formerly been much respected and beloved by the people, and had often proved himself a friend to their interests. But the time was come when he could not be a friend to the people without ceasing to be a friend to the king. It was pretty generally understood that Hutchinson would act according to the king's wishes, right or wrong, like most of the other gentlemen who held offices under the crown. Besides, as he was brother-in-law of Andrew Oliver, the people now felt a particular dislike to him. "I should think," said Laurence, "as Mr. Hutchinson had written the history of our Puritan forefathers, he would have known what the temper of the people was, and so have taken care not to wrong them." "He trusted in the might of the king of England," replied Grandfather, "and thought himself safe under the shelter of the throne. If no dispute had arisen between the king and the people, Hutchinson would have had the character of a wise, good, and patriotic magistrate. But from the time that he took part against the rights of his country, the people's love and respect were turned to scorn and hatred, and he never had another hour of peace. In order to show what a fierce and dangerous spirit was now aroused among the inhabitants, Grandfather related a passage from history, which we shall call the Hutchinson Mob. On the evening of the 26th of August, 1765, a bonfire was kindled in King Street. It flamed high upward, and threw a ruddy light over the front of the town house, on which was displayed a carved representation of the royal arms. The gilded vane of the cupola glittered in the blaze. The kindling of this bonfire was the well-known signal for the populace of Boston to assemble in the street. Before the tar barrels, of which the bonfire was made, were half burnt out, a great crowd had come together. They were chiefly laborers and seafaring men, together with many young apprentices, and all those idle people about town who are ready for any kind of mischief. Doubtless some schoolboys were among them. While these rough figures stood around the blazing bonfire, you might hear them speaking bitter words against the high officers of the province. Governor Bernard, Hutchinson, Oliver, Story, Hollowell, and other men whom King George delighted to honor, were reviled as traitors in the country. And now and then, perhaps, an officer of the crown passed along the street, wearing the gold-laced hat, white wig, and embroidered waistcoat, which were the fashion of the day. But when the people beheld him, they set up a wild and angry howl, and their faces had an evil aspect, which was made more terrible by the flickering blaze of the bonfire. "I should like to throw the traitor right into the blaze," perhaps one fierce rioter would say. "Yes, and all his brethren too," another might reply, "and the governor and old Tommy Hutchinson into the hottest of it." "And the Earl of Bute along with them," muttered a third, "and burn the whole pack of them under King George's nose, no matter if it singed him." Some such expressions as these, either shouted aloud, or muttered under the breath, were doubtless heard in King Street. The mob, meanwhile, were growing fiercer and fiercer, and seemed ready even to set the town on fire, for the sake of burning the king's friends out of house and home. And yet, angry as they were, they sometimes broke into a loud roar of laughter, as if mischief and destruction were their sport. But we must now leave the rioters for a time, and take a peep into the lieutenant governor's splendid mansion. It was a large brick house, decorated with Ionic pilasters, and stood in Garden Court Street, near the North Square. While the angry mob in King Street were shouting his name, Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson sat quietly in Grandfather's chair, unsuspicious of the evil that was about to fall upon his head. His beloved family were in the room with him. He had thrown off his embroidered coat and powdered wig, and had on a loose flowing gown and purple velvet cap. He had likewise laid aside the cares of state, and all thoughts that had wearied and perplexed him throughout the day. Perhaps, in the enjoyment of his home, he had forgotten all about the Stamp Act, and scarcely remembered that there was a king across the ocean, who had resolved to make tributaries of the New Englanders. Possibly, too, he had forgotten his own ambition, and would not have exchanged his situation at that moment to be governor, or even a lord. The wax candles were now lighted, and showed a handsome room, well provided with rich furniture. On the walls hung the pictures of Hutchinson's ancestors, who had been eminent men in their day, and were honorably remembered in the history of the country. Every object served to mark the residence of a rich, aristocratic gentleman, who held himself high above the common people, and could have nothing to fear from them. In a corner of the room, thrown carelessly upon a chair, were the scarlet robes of the Chief Justice. This high office, as well as those of lieutenant governor, counsellor, and judge of probate, was filled by Hutchinson. Who or what could disturb the domestic quiet of such a great and powerful personage as now sat in Grandfather's chair? The lieutenant governor's favorite daughter sat by his side. She leaned on the arm of our great chair, and looked up affectionately into her father's face, rejoicing to perceive that a quiet smile was on his lips. But suddenly a shade came across her countenance. She seemed to listen attentively, as if to catch a distant sound. "What is the matter, my child?" inquired Hutchinson. "Father, do not you hear a tumult in the streets?" said she. The lieutenant governor listened; but his ears were duller than those of his daughter. He could hear nothing more terrible than the sound of a summer breeze, sighing among the tops of the elm trees. "No, foolish child," he replied, playfully patting her cheek. "There is no tumult. Our Boston mobs are satisfied with what mischief they have already done. The king's friends need not tremble." So Hutchinson resumed his pleasant and peaceful meditations, and again forgot that there were any troubles in the world. But his family were alarmed, and could not help straining their ears to catch the slightest sound. More and more distinctly they heard shouts, and then the trampling of many feet. While they were listening, one of the neighbors rushed breathless into the room. "A mob! A terrible mob!" cried he. "They have broken into Mr. Story's house, and into Mr. Hollowell's, and have made themselves drunk with the liquors in his cellar. And now they are coming hither, as wild as so many tigers. Flee, lieutenant governor, for your life! For your life!" "Father, dear father, make haste!" shrieked his children. But Hutchinson would not hearken to them. He was an old lawyer, and he could not realize that the people would do anything so utterly lawless as to assault him in his peaceful home. He was one of King George's chief officers, and it would be an insult and an outrage upon the king himself, if the lieutenant governor should suffer any wrong. "I have no fears on my account," said he. "I am perfectly safe. The king's name shall be my protection." Yet he bade his family to retire into one of the neighbors' houses. His daughter would have remained, but he forced her away. The huzzas and riotous uproar of the mob were now heard close at hand. The sound was terrible, and struck Hutchinson with the same sort of dread, as if an enraged wild beast had broken loose, and were roaring for its prey. He crept softly to the window. There he beheld an immense concourse of people, filling all the street, and rolling onward to his house. It was like a tempestuous flood, that had swelled beyond its bounds, and would sweep everything before it. Hutchinson trembled. He felt, at that moment, that the wrath of the people was 1,000-fold more terrible than the wrath of a king. That was a moment when a loyalist and an aristocrat, like Hutchinson, might have learned how powerless are kings, nobles, and great men, when the low and humble range themselves against them. King George could do nothing for his servant now. Had King George been there, he could have done nothing for himself. If Hutchinson had understood this lesson and remembered it, he need not, in after years, have been an exile from his native country, nor finally have laid his bones in a distant land. There was now a rush against the door of the house. The people sent up a hoarse cry. At this instant, the lieutenant governor's daughter, whom he had supposed to be in a place of safety, ran into the room and threw her arms around him. She had returned by a private entrance. "Father, are you mad?" cried she. "Will the king's name protect you now? Come with me, or they will have your life." "True," muttered Hutchinson to himself. "What care these roarers for the name of king? I must flee, or they will trample me down on the door of my own dwelling." Hurrying away, he and his daughter made their escape by the private passage, at the moment when the rioters broke into the house. The foremost of them rushed up the staircase, and entered the room which Hutchinson had just quitted. There they beheld our good old chair facing them with quiet dignity, while the lion's head seemed to move its jaws in the unsteady light of their torches. Perhaps the stately aspect of our venerable friend, which had stood firm through a century and a half of trouble, arrested them for an instant. But they were thrust forward by those behind, and the chair lay overthrown. Then began the work of destruction. The carved and polished mahogany tables were shattered with heavy clubs, and hewn to splinters with axes. The marble hearths and mantelpieces were broken. The volumes of Hutchinson's library, so precious to a studious man, were torn out of their covers, and the leaves sent flying out of the windows. Manuscripts containing secrets of our country's history, which are now lost forever, were scattered to the winds. The old ancestral portraits, whose fixed countenances looked down on the wild scene, were rent from the walls. The mob triumphed in their downfall and destruction, as if these pictures of Hutchinson's forefathers had committed the same offences as their descendant. A tall looking-glass, which had hitherto presented a reflection of the enraged and drunken multitude, was now smashed into 1,000 fragments. We gladly dismissed the scene from the mirror of our fancy. Before morning dawn, the walls of the house were all that remained. The interior was a dismal scene of ruin. A shower pattered in at the broken windows, and when Hutchinson and his family returned, they stood shivering in the same room, where the last evening had seen them so peaceful and happy. "Grandfather," said Laurence, indignantly, "if the people acted in this manner, they were not worthy of even so much liberty as the king of England was willing to allow them." It was a most unjustifiable act, like many other popular movements at that time," replied Grandfather. "But we must not decide against the justice of the people's cause, merely because an excited mob was guilty of outrageous violence. Besides, all these things were done in the first fury of resentment. Afterwards, the people grew more calm, and were more influenced by the counsel of those wise and good men who conducted them safely and gloriously through the Revolution." Little Alice, with tears in her blue eyes, said that she hoped the neighbors had not let Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson and his family be homeless in the street, but had taken them into their houses, and been kind to them. Cousin Clara, recollecting the perilous situation of our beloved chair, inquired what had become of it. "Nothing was heard of our chair for some time afterwards," answered Grandfather. "One day in September, the same Andrew Oliver, of whom I before told you, was summoned to appear at high noon, under Liberty Tree. This was the strangest summons that had ever been heard of; for it was issued in the name of the whole people, who thus took upon themselves the authority of a sovereign power. Mr. Oliver dared not disobey. Accordingly, at the appointed hour, he went, much against his will, to Liberty Tree." Here Charley interposed a remark that poor Mr. Oliver found but little liberty under Liberty Tree. Grandfather assented. "It was a stormy day," continued he. "The equinoctial gale blew violently, and scattered the yellow leaves of Liberty Tree all along the street. Mr. Oliver's wig was dripping with water drops, and he probably looked haggard, disconsolate, and humbled to the earth. Beneath the tree, in Grandfather's chair, our own venerable chair, sat Mr. Richard Dana, a justice of the peace. He administered an oath to Mr. Oliver, that he would never have anything to do with distributing the stamps. A vast concourse of people heard the oath, and shouted when it was taken. "There is something grand in this," said Laurence. "I like it because the people seem to have acted with thoughtfulness and dignity; and this proud gentleman, one of his Majesty's high officers, was made to feel that King George could not protect him in doing wrong." "But it was a sad day for poor Mr. Oliver," observed Grandfather. "From his youth upward, it had probably been the great principle of his life to be faithful and obedient to the king; and now, in his old age, it must have puzzled and distracted him to find the sovereign people setting up a claim to his faith and obedience." Grandfather closed the evening's conversation by saying that the discontent of America was so great, that in 1766 the British Parliament was compelled to repeal the Stamp Act. The people made great rejoicings, but took care to keep Liberty Tree well pruned, and free from caterpillars and cankerworms. They foresaw that there might yet be occasion for them to assemble under its far projecting shadow. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next evening, Clara, who remembered that our chair had been left standing in the rain under a liberty tree, earnestly besought Grandfather to tell when and where it had next found shelter. Perhaps she was afraid that the venerable chair, by being exposed to the inclemency of a September gale, might get the rheumatism in its aged joints. "The chair," said Grandfather, "after the ceremony of Mr. Oliver's oath, appears to have been quite forgotten by the multitude. Indeed, being much bruised and rather rickety, owing to the violent treatment it had suffered from the Hutchinson mob, most people would have thought that its days of usefulness were over. Nevertheless, it was conveyed away, under cover of the night, and committed to the care of a skilful joiner. He doctored our old friend so successfully, that in the course of a few days, it made its appearance in the public room of the British Coffee House in King Street." "But why did not Mr. Hutchinson get possession of it again?" inquired Charley. "I know not," answered Grandfather, "unless he considered it a dishonor and disgrace to the chair to have stood under a liberty tree. At all events, he suffered it to remain at the British Coffee House, which was the principal hotel in Boston. It could not possibly have found a situation where it would be more in the midst of business and bustle, or would witness more important events, or be occupied by a greater variety of persons." Grandfather went on to tell the proceedings of the despotic king and the ministry of England, after the repeal of the Stamp Act. They could not bear to think that their right to tax America should be disputed by the people. In the year 1767, therefore, they caused Parliament to pass an act for laying a duty on tea and some other articles that were in general use. Nobody could now buy a pound of tea without paying a tax to King George. This scheme was pretty craftily contrived, for the women of America were very fond of tea, and did not like to give up the use of it. But the people were as much opposed to this new act of Parliament as they had been to the Stamp Act. England, however, was determined that they should submit. In order to compel their obedience, 2 regiments, consisting of more than 700 British soldiers, were sent to Boston. They arrived in September, 1768, and were landed on Long Wharf. Thence they marched to the Common, with loaded muskets, fixed bayonets, and great pomp and parade. So now, at last, the free town of Boston was guarded and overawed by redcoats, as it had been in the days of old Sir Edmund Andros. In the month of November, more regiments arrived. There were now 4,000 troops in Boston. The Common was whitened with their tents. Some of the soldiers were lodged in Faneuil Hall, which the inhabitants looked upon as a consecrated place, because it had been the scene of a great many meetings in favor of liberty. One regiment was placed in the town house, which we now call the Old State House. The lower floor of this edifice had hitherto been used by the merchants as an exchange. In the upper stories were the chambers of the judges, the representatives, and the governor's council. The venerable councilors could not assemble to consult about the welfare of the province without being challenged by sentinels, and passing among the bayonets of the British soldiers. Sentinels likewise were posted at the lodgings of the officers, in many parts of the town. When the inhabitants approached, they were greeted by the sharp question, "Who goes there?" while the rattle of the soldier's musket was heard, as he presented it against their breasts. There was no quiet, even on the Sabbath day. The pious descendants of the Puritans were shocked by the uproar of military music, the drum, fife, and bugle, drowning the holy organ peal and the voices of the singers. It would appear as if the British took every method to insult the feelings of the people. "Grandfather," cried Charley impatiently, "the people did not go to fighting half soon enough. These British redcoats ought to have been driven back to their vessels the very moment they landed on Long Wharf." "Many a hot-headed young man said the same as you do, Charley," answered Grandfather. "But the elder and wiser people saw that the time was not yet come. Meanwhile, let us take another peep at our old chair." "Ah, it drooped its head, I know," said Charley, "when it saw how the province was disgraced. Its old Puritan friends never would have borne such doings." "The chair," proceeded Grandfather, "was now continually occupied by some of the high Tories, as the king's friends were called, who frequented the British Coffee House. Officers of the Custom House, too, which stood on the opposite side of King Street, often sat in the chair, wagging their tongues against John Hancock." "Why against him?" asked Charley. "Because he was a great merchant, and contended against paying duties to the king," said Grandfather. "Well, frequently, no doubt, the officers of the British regiments, when not on duty, used to fling themselves into the arms of our venerable chair. Fancy one of them, a red-nosed captain, in his scarlet uniform, playing with the hilt of his sword, and making a circle of his brother officers merry with ridiculous jokes, at the expense of the poor Yankees; and perhaps he would call for a bottle of wine, or a steaming bowl of punch, and drink confusion to all rebels." "Our grave old chair must have been scandalized at such scenes," observed Laurence. "The chair had been the Lady Arbella's, and which the holy—" Apostle Eliot had consecrated. "It certainly was little less than sacrilege," replied Grandfather. "But the time was coming when even the churches, where hallowed pastors had long preached the word of God, were to be torn down or desecrated by the British troops. Some years passed, however, before such things were done." Grandfather now told his auditors that in 1769, Sir Francis Bernard went to England, after having been governor of Massachusetts 10 years. He was a gentleman of many good qualities, an excellent scholar, and a friend to learning; but he was naturally of an arbitrary disposition, and he had been bred at the University of Oxford, where young men were taught that the divine right of kings was the only thing to be regarded in matters of government. Such ideas were ill adapted to please the people of Massachusetts. They rejoiced to get rid of Sir Francis Bernard, but liked his successor, Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, no better than himself. About this period, the people were much incensed at an act committed by a person who held an office in the custom house. Some lads, or young men, were snowballing his windows. He fired a musket at them, and killed a poor German boy, only 11 years old. This event made a great noise in town and country, and much increased the resentment that was already felt against the servants of the crown. "Now, children," said Grandfather, "I wish to make you comprehend the position of the British troops in King Street. This is the same which we now call State Street. On the south side of the town house, or Old State House, was what military men call a court of guard, defended by 2 brass cannons, which pointed directly at one of the doors of the above edifice. A large party of soldiers were always stationed in the court of guard. The custom house stood at a little distance down King Street, nearly where the Suffolk Bank now stands, and a sentinel was continually pacing before its front." "I shall remember this to-morrow," said Charley, "and I will go to State Street, so as to see exactly where the British troops were stationed." "And before long," observed Grandfather, "I shall have to relate an event which made King Street sadly famous on both sides of the Atlantic. The history of our chair will soon bring us to this melancholy business." Here Grandfather described the state of things which arose from the ill will that existed between the inhabitants and the red coats. The old and sober part of the townspeople were very angry at the government for sending soldiers to overawe them. But these gray-headed men were cautious, and kept their thoughts and feelings in their own breasts, without putting themselves in the way of the British bayonets. The younger people, however, could hardly be kept within such prudent limits. They reddened with wrath at the very sight of a soldier, and would have been willing to come to blows with them at any moment; for it was their opinion that every tap of a British drum within the peninsula of Boston was an insult to the brave old town. "It was sometimes the case," continued Grandfather, "that affrays happened between such wild young men as these, and small parties of soldiers. No weapons had hitherto been used, except fists or cudgels. But when men have loaded muskets in their hands, it is easy to foretell that they will soon be turned against the bosoms of those who provoke their anger." "Grandfather," said little Alice, looking fearfully into his face, "your voice sounds as though you are going to tell us something awful." Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boston Massacre. Little Alice, by her last remark, proved herself a good judge of what was expressed by the tones of Grandfather's voice. He had given the above description of the enmity between the townspeople and the soldiers, in order to prepare the minds of his auditors for a very terrible event. It was one that did more to heighten the quarrel between England and America than anything that had yet occurred. Without further preface, Grandfather began the story of the Boston Massacre. It was now the 3rd of March, 1770. The sunset music of the British regiments was heard as usual throughout the town. The shrill fife and rattling drum awoke the echoes in King Street, while the last ray of sunshine was lingering on the cupola of the town-house. And now all the sentinels were posted. One of them marched up and down before the custom-house, treading a short path through the snow, and longing for the time when he would be dismissed to the warm fireside of the guard-room. Meanwhile, Captain Preston was perhaps sitting in our great chair, before the hearth of the British coffee-house. In the course of the evening, there were 2 or 3 slight commotions, which seemed to indicate that trouble was at hand. Small parties of young men stood at the corners of the streets, or walked along the narrow pavements. Squads of soldiers, who were dismissed from duty, passed by them, shoulder to shoulder, with the regular step which they had learned at the drill. Whenever these encounters took place, it appeared to be the object of the young men to treat the soldiers with as much incivility as possible. "Turn out, you lobster-backs," one would say. "Crowd them off the sidewalks," another would cry. "A redcoat has no right in Boston streets." "Oh, you rebel rascals!" perhaps the soldiers would reply, glaring fiercely at the young men. "Some day or other we'll make our way through Boston streets at the point of the bayonet." Once or twice, such disputes as these brought on a scuffle, which passed off, however, without attracting much notice. About 8 o'clock, for some unknown cause, an alarm bell rang loudly and hurriedly. At the sound, many people ran out of their houses, supposing it to be an alarm of fire. But there were no flames to be seen, nor was there any smell of smoke in the clear, frosty air, so that most of the townsmen went back to their own firesides, and sat talking with their wives and children about the calamities of the times. Others, who were younger and less prudent, remained in the streets, for there seemed to have been a presentiment that some strange event was on the eve of taking place. Later in the evening, not far from 9 o'clock, several young men passed by the town-house, and walked down King Street. The sentinel was still on his post, in front of the custom-house, pacing to and fro, while, as he turned, a gleam of light from some neighboring window glittered on the barrel of his musket. At no great distance were the barracks and the guard-house, where his comrades were probably telling stories of battle and bloodshed. Down towards the custom-house, as I told you, came a party of wild young men. When they drew near the sentinel, he halted on his post, and took his musket from his shoulder, ready to present the bayonet at their breasts. "Who goes there?" he cried, in the gruff, peremptory tones of a soldier's challenge. The young men, being Boston boys, felt as if they had a right to walk their own streets, without being accountable to a British redcoat, even though he challenged them in King George's name. They made some rude answer to the sentinel. There was a dispute, or perhaps a scuffle. Other soldiers heard the noise, and ran hastily from the barracks to assist their comrade. At the same time, many of the townspeople rushed into King Street by various avenues, and gathered in a crowd round about the custom-house. It seemed wonderful how such a multitude had started up all of a sudden. The wrongs and insults which the people had been suffering for many months now kindled them into a rage. They threw snowballs and lumps of ice at the soldiers. As the tumult grew louder, it reached the ears of Captain Preston, the officer of the day. He immediately ordered 8 soldiers of the main guard to take their muskets and follow him. They marched across the street, forcing their way roughly through the crowd, and pricking the townspeople with their bayonets. A gentleman, it was Henry Knox, afterwards general of the American artillery, caught Captain Preston's arm. "For heaven's sake, sir," exclaimed he, "take heed what you do, or here will be bloodshed." "Stand aside," answered Captain Preston, haughtily. "Do not interfere, sir. Leave me to manage the affair." Arriving at the sentinel's post, Captain Preston drew up his men in a semicircle, with their faces to the crowd, and their rear to the custom-house. When the people saw the officer, and beheld the threatening attitude with which the soldiers confronted them, their rage became almost uncontrollable. "Fire, you lobster-backs!" bellowed some. "You dare not fire, you cowardly redcoats!" cried others. "Rush upon them!" shouted many voices. "Drive the rascals to their barracks! Down with them! Down with them! Let them fire, if they dare!" Amid the uproar, the soldiers stood glaring at the people, with the fierceness of men whose trade was to shed blood. Oh, what a crisis had now arrived! Up to this very moment, the angry feelings between England and America might have been pacified. England had but to stretch out the hand of reconciliation, and acknowledge that she had hitherto mistaken her rights, but would do so no more. Then the ancient bonds of brotherhood would again have been knitted together as firmly as in old times. The habit of loyalty, which had grown as strong as instinct, was not utterly overcome. The perils shared, the victories won, in the old French war, when the soldiers of the colonies fought side by side with their comrades from beyond the sea, were unforgotten yet. England was still that beloved country which the colonists called their home. King George, though he had frowned upon America, was still reverenced as a father. But should the king's soldiers shed one drop of American blood, then it was a quarrel to the death. Never, never would America rest satisfied until she had torn down the royal authority and trampled it in the dust. "Fire, if you dare, villains!" hoarsely shouted the people, while the muzzles of the muskets were turned upon them. "You dare not fire!" They appeared ready to rush upon the levelled bayonets. Captain Preston waved his sword, and uttered a command which could not be distinctly heard, amid the uproar of shouts that issued from 100 throats. But his soldiers deemed that he had spoken the fatal mandate, "Fire!" The flash of their muskets lighted up the street, and the report rang loudly between the edifices. It was said, too, that the figure of a man, with a cloth hanging down over his face, was seen to step into the balcony of the custom house, and discharge a musket at the crowd. A gush of smoke had overspread the scene. It rose heavily, as if it were loath to reveal the dreadful spectacle beneath it. 11 of the sons of New England lay stretched upon the street. Some, sorely wounded, were struggling to rise again. Others stirred not, nor groaned, for they were past all pain. Blood was streaming upon the snow, and that purple stain in the midst of King Street, though it melted away in the next day's sun, was never forgotten nor forgiven by the people. Grandfather was interrupted by the violent sobs of little Alice. In his earnestness, he had neglected to soften down the narrative, so that it might not terrify the heart of this unworldly infant. Since Grandfather began the history of our chair, little Alice had listened to many tales of war, but probably the idea had never really impressed itself upon her mind that men have shed the blood of their fellow creatures. And now that this idea was forcibly presented to her, it affected the sweet child with bewilderment and horror. "I ought to have remembered our dear little Alice," said Grandfather reproachfully to himself. "Oh, what a pity! Her heavenly nature has now received its first impression of earthly sin and violence. Well, Clara, take her to bed and comfort her. Heaven grant that she may dream away the recollection of the Boston Massacre." "Grandfather," said Charley, when Clara and little Alice had retired, "did not the people rush upon the soldiers and take revenge?" "The town drums beat to arms," replied Grandfather. "The alarm bells rang, and an immense multitude rushed into King Street. Many of them had weapons in their hands. The British prepared to defend themselves. A whole regiment was drawn up in the street, expecting an attack, for the townspeople appeared ready to throw themselves upon the bayonets." "And how did it end?" asked Charley. "Governor Hutchinson hurried to the spot," answered Grandfather, "and besought the people to have patience, promising that strict justice should be done. A day or two afterwards, the British troops were withdrawn from town, and stationed at Castle William. Captain Preston and the 8 soldiers were tried for murder, but none of them were found guilty. The judges told the jury that the insults and violence which they had offered to the soldiers justified them in firing at the mob. "The Revolution," observed Laurence, who had said but little during the evening, "was not such a calm, majestic movement as I supposed. I do not love to hear of mobs and broils in the street. These things are unworthy of the people, when they had such a great object to accomplish." "Nevertheless, the world has seen no grander movement than that of our Revolution, from first to last," said Grandfather. "The people, to a man, were full of great and noble sentiment. True, there may be much fault to find with their mode of expressing this sentiment, but they knew no better. The necessity was upon them to act out their feelings in the best manner they could. We must forgive what was wrong in their actions, and look into their hearts and minds for the honorable motives that impelled them." "And I suppose," said Laurence, "there were men who knew how to act worthily of what they felt." "There were many such," replied Grandfather, "and we will speak of them hereafter." Grandfather here made a pause. That night, Charley had a dream about the Boston Massacre, and thought that he himself was in the crowd, and struck down Captain Preston with a great club. Laurence dreamed that he was sitting in our great chair, at the window of the British Coffee House, and beheld the whole scene which Grandfather had described. It seemed to him, in his dream, that if the townspeople and the soldiers would but have heard him speak a single word, all the slaughter might have been averted; but there was such an uproar that it drowned his voice. The next morning, the 2 boys went together to State Street, and stood on the very spot where the first blood of the Revolution had been shed. The old State House was still there, presenting almost the same aspect that it had worn on that memorable evening, 71 years ago. It is the sole remaining witness of the Boston Massacre. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of True Stories from History and Biography by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next evening, the astral lamp was lighted earlier than usual, because Laurence was very much engaged in looking over the collection of portraits which had been his New Year's gift from Grandfather. Among them he found the features of more than one famous personage, who had been connected with the adventures of our old chair. Grandfather bade him draw the table nearer to the fireside, and they looked over the portraits together, while Clara and Charley likewise lent their attention. As for little Alice, she sat in Grandfather's lap, and seemed to see the very men alive whose faces were there represented. Turning over the volume, Laurence came to the portrait of a stern, grim-looking man, in plain attire, of much more modern fashion than that of the old Puritans; but the face might well have befitted one of those iron-hearted men. Beneath the portrait was the name of Samuel Adams. "He was a man of great note in all the doings that brought about the Revolution," said Grandfather. "His character was such, that it seemed as if one of the ancient Puritans had been sent back to earth to animate the people's hearts with the same abhorrence of tyranny that had distinguished the earliest settlers. He was as religious as they, as stern and inflexible, and as deeply imbued with democratic principles. He, better than any one else, may be taken as a representative of the people of New England, and of the spirit with which they engaged in the revolutionary struggle. He was a poor man, and earned his bread by an humble occupation. But with his tongue and pen he made the King of England tremble on his throne. Remember him, my children, as one of the strong men of our country." "Here is one whose looks show a very different character," observed Laurence, turning to the portrait of John Hancock. "I should think, by his splendid dress and courtly aspect, that he was one of the king's friends." "There never was a greater contrast than between Samuel Adams and John Hancock," said Grandfather. "Yet they were of the same side in politics, and had an equal agency in the Revolution. Hancock was born to the inheritance of the largest fortune in New England. His tastes and habits were aristocratic. He loved gorgeous attire, a splendid mansion, magnificent furniture, stately festivals, and all that was glittering and pompous in external things. His manners were so polished, that there stood not a nobleman at the footstool of King George's throne, who was a more skilful courtier than John Hancock might have been. Nevertheless, he, in his embroidered clothes, and Samuel Adams, in his threadbare coat, wrought together in the cause of liberty. Adams acted from pure and rigid principle. Hancock, though he loved his country, yet thought quite as much of his own popularity as he did of the people's rights. It is remarkable that these two men, so different as I described them, were the only two exempted from pardon by the king's proclamation." On the next leaf of the book was the portrait of General Joseph Warren. Charley recognized the name, and said that here was a greater man than either Hancock or Adams. "Warren was an eloquent and able patriot," replied Grandfather. "He deserves a lasting memory for his zealous efforts in behalf of liberty. No man's voice was more powerful in Faneuil Hall than Joseph Warren's. If his death had not happened so early in the contest, he would probably have gained a high name as a soldier." The next portrait was a venerable man, who held his thumb under his chin, and through his spectacles appeared to be attentively reading a manuscript. "Here we see the most illustrious Boston boy that ever lived," said Grandfather. "This is Benjamin Franklin." But I will not try to compress into a few sentences the character of the sage who, as a Frenchman expressed it, snatched the lightning from the sky, and the sceptre from a tyrant. Mr. Sparks must help you to the knowledge of Franklin. The book likewise contained portraits of James Otis and Josiah Quincy. Both of them, Grandfather observed, were men of wonderful talents and true patriotism. Their voices were like the stirring tones of a trumpet, arousing the country to defend its freedom. Heaven seemed to have provided a greater number of eloquent men than had appeared at any other period, in order that the people might be fully instructed as to their wrongs, and the method of resistance. "It is marvellous," said Grandfather, "to see how many powerful writers, orators, and soldiers started up, just at the time when they were wanted. There was a man for every kind of work. It is equally wonderful that men of such different characters were all made to unite in the one object of establishing the freedom and independence of America. There was an overruling Providence above them." "Here was another great man," remarked Laurence, pointing to the portrait of John Adams. "Yes, an earnest, warm-tempered, honest, and most able man," said Grandfather. "At the period of which we are now speaking, he was a lawyer in Boston. He was destined, in after years, to be ruler over the whole American people, whom he contributed so much to form into a nation." Grandfather here remarked that many a New Englander, who had passed his boyhood and youth in obscurity, afterward attained to a fortune, which he never could have foreseen, even in his most ambitious dreams. John Adams, the second President of the United States, and the equal of crowned kings, was once a schoolmaster and country lawyer. Hancock, the first signer of the Declaration of Independence, served his apprenticeship with a merchant. Samuel Adams, afterward governor of Massachusetts, was a small tradesman and a tax gatherer. General Warren was a physician, General Lincoln a farmer, and General Knox a bookbinder. General Nathaniel Greene, the best soldier, except Washington, in the Revolutionary Army, was a Quaker and a blacksmith. All these became illustrious men, and can never be forgotten in American history. "And any boy who was born in America may look forward to the same things," said our ambitious friend Charley. After these observations, Grandfather drew the book of portraits towards him, and showed the children several British peers and members of Parliament, who had exerted themselves either for or against the rights of America. There were the Earl of Bute, Mr. Grenville, and Lord North. These were looked upon as deadly enemies to our country. Among the friends of America was Mr. Pitt, afterward Earl of Chatham, who spent so much of his wondrous eloquence in endeavoring to warn England of the consequences of her injustice. He fell down on the floor of the House of Lords, after uttering almost his dying words in defence of our privileges as freemen. There was Edmund Burke, one of the wisest men and greatest orators that ever the world produced. There was Colonel Barré, who had been among our fathers, and knew that they had courage enough to die for their rights. There was Charles James Fox, who never rested until he had silenced our enemies in the House of Commons. It is very remarkable to observe how many of the ablest orators in the British Parliament were favorable to America," said Grandfather. "We ought to remember these great Englishmen with gratitude, for their speeches encouraged our fathers almost as much as those of our own orators in Faneuil Hall and under Liberty Tree. Opinions which might have been received with doubt, if expressed only by a native American, were set down as true beyond dispute, when they came from the lips of Chatham, Burke, Barré, or Fox. "But, Grandfather," asked Laurence, "were there no able and eloquent men in this country, who took the part of King George?" "There were many men of talent, who said what they could in defence of the king's tyrannical proceedings," replied Grandfather. "But they had the worst side of the argument, and therefore seldom said anything worth remembering. Moreover, their hearts were faint and feeble, for they felt that the people scorned and detested them. They had no friends, no defence, except in the bayonets of the British troops. A blight fell upon all their faculties, because they were contending against the rights of their own native land." "What were the names of some of them?" inquired Charley. "Governor Hutchinson, Chief Justice Oliver, Judge Auchmuty, the Reverend Mather Byles, and several other clergymen, were among the most noted loyalists," answered Grandfather. "I wish the people had tarred and feathered every man of them!" cried Charley. "That wish is very wrong, Charley," said Grandfather. "You must not think that there was no integrity and honor, except among those who stood up for the freedom of America. For aught I know, there was quite as much of these qualities on one side as on the other. Do you see nothing admirable in a faithful adherence to an unpopular cause? Can you not respect that principle of loyalty which made the royalists give up country, friends, fortune, everything, rather than be false to their king? It was a mistaken principle, but many of them cherished it honorably, and were martyrs to it." "Oh, I was wrong," said Charley ingenuously; "and I would risk my life, rather than one of those good old royalists should be tarred and feathered. The time is now come when we may judge fairly of them," continued Grandfather. "Be the good and true men among them honored; for they were as much our countrymen as the patriots were. And, thank Heaven, our country need not be ashamed of her sons, of most of them at least, whatever side they took in the Revolutionary contest." Among the portraits was one of King George the Third. Little Alice clapped her hands, and seemed pleased with the bluff good nature of his physiognomy. But Laurence thought it strange that a man with such a face, indicating hardly a common share of intellect, should have had influence enough on human affairs to convulse the world with war. Grandfather observed that this poor king had always appeared to him one of the most unfortunate persons that ever lived. He was so honest and conscientious, that if he had been only a private man, his life would probably have been blameless and happy. But his was that worst of fortunes, to be placed in a station far beyond his abilities. "And so," said Grandfather, "his life, while he retained what intellect Heaven had gifted him with, was one long mortification. At last he grew crazed with care and trouble. For nearly 20 years, the monarch of England was confined as a madman. In his old age, too, God took away his eyesight, so that his royal palace was nothing to him but a dark, lonesome prison house." End of Part 3, Chapter 6.